Latigo News TV. Kung bago ka sa aking YouTube channel, huwag kalimutang mag-like, share at mag-subscribe sa Latigo News TV at pindutin ang notification bell para lagi kang updated sa mga videos na aming i-upload.
Latigo TV, hagupit sa komentaryo, lalatay sa serbisyo publiko. Latigo TV, your online TV and news commentaries and public service. Balitang may pinagsasaligan, pinaghuhugutan, lalatay sa buo mong katawan. Kapag nahagupit ka ni Latigo. At ngayon, narito na si Batuigas sa programang Latigo.
Okay, magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Kamusta po kayo? Ngayon po ay araw ng Lunes. Nako, mga kaibigan, no? Abangan po natin ang Sona, ng huling Sona ng ating Pangulong Duterte. At mamaya ay may report po ang ating mga reporter dyan mula sa mababang kapulungan ng Kongreso. At ngayon po ay yung ating mga reporter dyan, andyan mamaya, dalawang magko-cover dyan. At ito pa rin kaibigan na Batuigas, araw ng Lunes. Alam naman po ninyo yan, July 25, 2021. At marami po tayong pag-uusapan sa hapong ito. At yung ating pong update sa COVID-19 as of yesterday, no, at 1,548,755. At ang mga nasawi naman ay 27,224. At ang mga nakarecover, 1,467,269. Huwag niyo pong kalimutan na ipalo yung ating official Facebook page, ang Latigo News TV, at ang ating YouTube channel. Huwag niyo pong kalimutan na mag-subscribe para lagi ho kayong updated sa mga videos na aming i-upload. Okay, umpisa na po natin ang ating pagbabalita. Okay, at narito ang ulo ng mga nagbabagang balita at mga dapat abangan. DOH inirekomenda ang mas mahigpit na border control at kahandaan ng mga ospital. Drug war ng pamahalaan naging matagumpay ayon sa DILG. Pacquiao-Moreno tandem pinalutang. Okay, at narito ang unang balita. Department of Health inirekomenda ang mas mahigpit na border control at kahandaan ng mga ospital. Inirekomenda ngayon ng Department of Health sa Interagency Task Force at kay Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ang mas mahigpit na border control at kahandaan umano ng mga ospital sa harap na rin ng banta ng mas nakakahawang Delta variant ng COVID-19. Kasabay nito, inirekomenda rin ni Dr. Ana Ong Lim ng DOH Technical Advisory Group sa mga lokal na pamahalaan ang pagpapatupad ng localized lockdown at pagmahigpit na pagmonitor sa indoors arrival o ang mga pumapasok sa kanilang mga nasasakupan. Inimok din nito ang publiko na mas palakasin pa ang pagpapatupad ng healthcare system sa iba't ibang lugar sa bansa upang makatiyak na hindi tuluyang lumaganap ang nasabing virus. Tuloy-tuloy po tayo sa ating mga nagbabagang balita. Drug on war ng pamahalaan naging matagumpay ayon sa DILG. Inihayag naman ni Department of Interior and Local Government Undersecretary at spokesperson Jonathan Malaya sa isang tremendous success ang walang tigil na anti-illegal drug campaign ng pamahalaang Duterte. Ito'y sa kabila pa rin ng mga pagbatikos ng mga kritiko sa naturang drug war ng pamahalaan bunsod ng anilay mga naganap na patayan o extrajudicial killings. Iginit ni Malaya na ito'y dahil sa nagpo-focus lamang ang mga kritiko sa sinasabi ng mga ito na EGK upang ilarawan na bigo ang drug war ng pamahalaan. Sa kabila nito, aminado naman si Malaya na walang bansa ang nagtagumpay na tuluyang maresolba ang problema sa illegal na droga pero naniniwala si Malaya na hindi nabigo ang pamahalaan sa paglaban nito kontra droga. Dagdag pa nito na mahalaga ay kontrolado ang problema at napipigilan lumala ito. At tayo din po ngayon ay napapakinggan sa radio station DWBL 1242. At live din po tayo ngayon sa ating YouTube channel, Latigun News TV. Pacquiao Moreno tandem pinalulutang. Inilarawan naman bilang dream match ang posibleng tandem nina Senador Manny Pacquiao at Manila Mayor Isko Moreno bilang presidente at vice-presidente sa 2022 national election. Ayon kay Deputy Speaker at Buhay Party List Representative Lito Atienza na isang game changer rin sakaling magdesisyon dalawa na magtandem sa pagsabak sa national polls. Iginit ni Atienza na posibleng mas may potensyal na magwagi ang dalawa kung magkakasundo ang dalawa bilang perfect match tandem para sa 2022 presidential vice presidential election. Nabatid naman na marami naman umano sa mga sulon ang kumukuminsi sa dalawa na magtandem sa halalan. Ayon naman kay Atienza sa pagbalik ni Pacquiao sa bansa matapos ang laban nito kay Errol Spence ay maaring pag-usapan na rin ang posibleng tandem ng dalawa. Binigyan din ni Atienza na geographically perfect ang tandem ng dalawa sikat na personalidad dahilan si Pacquiao ay tubong Mindanao na both rich region habang si Moreno naman ay mula sa Luzon na malaki rin ang bilang ng mga botante. Iwala naman si Atienza na makakaya ni Pacquiao na tulad ng tagumpay sa boxing ay maibangon ni Pacquiao ang ekonomiya ng bansa. Okay, at mga kaibigan, shout out sa ating mga nanonood ngayon sa ating YouTube channel. Yan, si RC Suzuki, shout out sa iyo. Aida Gripon, yan, magandang hapon. At sa mga nanonood sa ating ngayon na Facebook Live, yan, pumitik na naman yung ating monitor. Okay, at talakayin na natin itong ating balita. Itong Pacquiao Moreno tandem, mga kaibigan. Ano ba sa tingin nyo, bayan? Ito bang tandem na ito na Pacquiao Moreno, bagamat itong si Mayor Inday Sara Duterte ang nangunguna sa pinakahuling survey ng Pulse Asia sa pagka-pangulo, no? Presidential candidate kung sakali nakakuha si Mayor Inday Sara Duterte ng 28% at 14% naman si Mayor Isko Moreno at si Pacquiao naman ay nakakuha ng 8%. Ano ba sa tingin nyo? At ang sabi nga raw, ito raw ay magandang tandem, no? Magmula sa Mindanao at ito namang si Isko Moreno ay may malaki ding balwarte ito, ano? Kung kaya't tamang-tama daw ang tandem na ito. At titingnan natin from Visayas, no? Mindanao at mula naman sa Luzon itong si Mayor Isko Moreno. O abangan po natin yan yung mga pagbalik ni Senador Manny Pacquiao at itong si Mayor Isko Moreno ay talagang kaya lamang to si Mayor Isko Moreno talagang namumuna ito, di nating maintindihan kung bakit kumbaga talagang palaban ito binabatikos nito si Inday Sara Duterte na nag-iikot, no, sa iba't ibang bayan o mga lalawigan. O ano sa tingin nyo ba, ha? Ano bang maganda? Inday Sara, Bongbong Marcos o Pacquiao Isko Moreno? Ano sa tingin nyo? Yan ang ating survey. Tingnan natin kung sino ang mas gusto ninyo, mga kaibigan. Yan, shout out Dexter Gallardo or si Lilibelt ng Australia. Shout out sa iyo, ma'am. Manila Galos Koiki, shout out sa iyo. Yan, paring Mandy Binuya, shout out. Nanonood sa ating live, ano? Nena Boris nanonood sa ating Facebook live at sa ating YouTube channel live, no? Marami ring mga nanonood ngayon. Yan, si Angela PS TV. Yan, ako, Inday na ako. Solid. Yan, sabi niya. Si Pina, dami shout out sa iyo, ha, mama. O Helea, Binilagalos Koiki, shout out. Binilagalos Koiki. Okay, at meron lamang ko tayong tatanggaping report mula sa ating Latigo Patrol number 27 mula dyan sa lalawigan ng Laguna. Number 5 most wanted, ano? Ay arestado sa bayan ng Nagcarlan, Laguna. Patrol mo yan kasamang Ronaldo Vargas.
Saan man humahagupit ang balita, hagip yan ng... Saan man humahagupit ang balita, hagip yan ng Latigo Patrol Reporters.
Okay, kasama ang Ronaldo Vargas. Pasok. Kasama ang Ronaldo Vargas. Kasama ang Ronaldo Vargas. Pasok.
Arestado ang top number 5 most wanted person and regional level ng Nagcarlan Municipal Police Station sa panguna ni Officer in Charge Police Lieutenant Smadi B. Antad. Ang akusado ay kinilala na si alias Bulate, 45 anyos, may asawa, isang tricycle driver at kasalukay nakatira sa Barangay Labangan, Nagcarlan, Laguna. Sa inayag ng Intel Operatives, isinagawa ang operasyon sa Barangay Poblasyon, Nagcarlan, Laguna, kung saan nakatanggap ang operatiba na impormasyon sa kinaroonan ng suspect, bit-bit ang naturang warrant o baris, kung kaya agad na nagtungo ang mga pulis sa lugar na nagresulta sa pagkadakip sa suspect sa nasabing barangay. Ang suspect ay may kasong qualified rape with criminal case number 30479-SP21 kung saan nakasaad dito na walang kaukulang piyansa na inirekomenda laban sa suspect na inutos ito ni Judge Myla M. Villavicencio Olan ng 4th Judicial Region Family Court Branch 7, San Pablo City, Laguna, na inilabas ito noong September 23, 2019. Ang suspect ay nasa kustudiya na ng Nagcarlan MPS. Samantala, arestado ang dalawang mag-utol sa ikinasang anti-illegal drugs bypass operation na nagresulta sa pagtadakip sa dalawa sa kasong paglabag sa Comprehensive Dangerous Drug Act of 2002. Kinilala ang dalawang magkapatid na sina Rian Sarmento, 36 anyos, isang construction worker, at si Jamie Sarmento, 33 anyos, dating OFW, residente ito ng Barangay Tipunan, Magdalena, Laguna. Sa inayag ng mga pulis sa panguna ni Police Lieutenant Catherine Velasco, OIC ng Magdalena MPS, kanya ginutos ang naturang anti-illegal drugs operation led by Police Staff Sergeant Lord Jasper Torres at Drug Enforcement Unit, kung saan isinagawa ang anti-illegal drugs operation laban sa dalawa pasado alauna e medya ng umaga sa bahagi ng Barangay Tipunan, Magdalena, Laguna sa katauhan ni Patrolman John Carlo Abayari na siya ang nagpanggap bilang police po surveyor gamit ang isang pirasong 500 piso bill upang bilhan ang dalawa kapalit ang isang pirasong sachet na pinaginalaang Cebu. Dahilan para masakote ang dalawa sa naturang operasyon. Maliban sa isang sachet ay may nakuha pa ang mga pulis ng ilang pirasong sachet na pinaginalaang Cebu, isang pouch na kulay itim. Ang dalawa ay nasa kustudiya na rin ng Magdalena MPS at naharap ito sa kasong paglabag sa violation of Section 5, Section 11, Article 2 of Republic Act 9165. Mula sa Calabarzon, Latigo Patrol number 27, Ronald Vargas nagulat sa Latigo News TV at DWBL Worldwide.
Thank you, kasamang Ronaldo Vargas sa iyong report. O yung ating survey, ha, sa tingin nyo, ha, sinong mas magandang maging manok sa 2022 presidential election, Inday Sara at BBM o Pacquiao Moreno or Lacson Soto? Yon, sabi niya sa Facebook Live natin ngayon, Monchito Brosola, sabi niya, Lady Lang, sabi, Larry Ang mula dyan sa Australia nanonood, Jocelyn Navarro, o si Pina Adami nanonood, or si Lilibel ng Australia. Ayan, ha? Lorenzo Sanchez nanonood, yan, sabi niya sa tingin daw niya, ano ba talaga ang karapat-dapat maging Pangulo natin. Yan, shout out sa iyo, Nanay Esper Vlog. Yan, nanonood sa ating YouTube channel. Mel Vlog, shout out. Laya Bautista, Bongbong Duterte daw. Yun. Maganda rin. Miss Bibi Love, pwede si Pacquiao. Sunod na lang si Isko naman. Matapang din, pwede kasi sikat mga yan, ano? Ayan, Laya Bautista, Pacquiao Moreno, hindi pa hinog. Ayan, sabi niya, ha? Juanita Calado, Sara BBM. Ayan, ha? Magaganda yung mga comment nila. Miss Bibi Love, shout out sa iyo, ha? Pwede si Pacquiao, ano? Sunod na lang daw si Moreno. Nana Esper Vlog, shout out sa iyo, ha? Lani Pedriña channel, shout out. Pacquiao ay boxing lang, magaling. Dolores Monico, Inday Sara BBM. Christina Eligius, shout out sa iyo. Lacey and Nikki. Okay, maya-maya tayo mag-shout out at may hinahabol tayong oras sa ating radio program. Tayo po ngayon ay napapakinggan. Kung sa Pilipinas po kayo, DWBL 1242 at live streaming ng DWBL. Yan. At shout out din kay Haja Soraida Kusain, no, nanonood sa ating Facebook Live, no. 28, no, 30 yung nanonood sa Facebook Live. Yan, 20 naman sa YouTube. Okay, drug on war ng pamahalaan naging matagumpay. Ayun daw kay DILG Undersecretary Jonathan Malaya, no? At naging tremendous success, no? Ang walang tigil daw na anti-illegal drugs campaign ng Duterte administration, bagamat na sinasabi nitong si Malaya ay wala daw gobyerno, no? Sa iba't ibang dako siguro ng mundo, sinasabi niyang tuluyang nakapagsugpo talaga ng problema sa illegal na droga. Pero naniniwala siya na hindi nabigo ang pamahalaan sa paglaban nito kontra illegal na droga. Ano ba sa tingin nyo, mga kaibigan? Ha? Nagtagumpay ba ang Duterte administration sa pagsugpo sa illegal na droga, mga kaibigan? Kung saan ay naging controversial po ang anti-drug campaign ng Duterte administration dahil naging controversial ito sa tinatawag na extrajudicial killing na kung saan ay maraming mga namatay na mga inosente, no? May maraming mga inosenteng namatay at may mga drug related incident din na talagang sila din ang mga suspect, no, mga napatay. So bagamat sinasabi nitong si Malaya ay nakita lamang ng mga kritiko ng administrasyon ay ang extrajudicial killing, pero yung pag-unti-unting paglansag sa illegal na droga ay nagtagumpay daw talaga ang Duterte administration. Ano bang masasabi niyo dyan, bayan, ha? Kayo ba'y kumbinsido na nagtagumpay ang Duterte administration sa pagsugpo ng illegal na droga? At bukod doon sa naging controversial dahil sa extrajudicial killing, no, yung mga walang pakuntangan na mga pagpatay, tayo'y kontra-kontra sa illegal na droga. Pero kapag yung mga pulis na sumusunod sa maling utos, yung mga pulis na gumagawa lamang ng senaryo, yung mga nagtatanim lamang ng mga ebidensya, mayroon nga dyan sa Caloocan, Caloocan City, yung mga nakaraan na mga taon, no, na bumili lamang yung binatilyo doon sa tindahan, ay dinampot ng pulis at inilagay doon sa isang lugar, no, doon sa may malapit doon sa may tindahan dyan sa Caloocan City, isinama doon sa kanilang project, illegal drug campaign, operation. Wala pala kinalaman yung bata, pinagbintangan lamang, pinatay. O ngayon, nasaan kayo ngayong mga pulis kayo? Ang sinasabi natin dito, huwag kayong gagawa ng drama. Kung talagang may anti-illegal drug campaign, gawin nyo. Talagang yung totoo, yun ang mga tugisin nyo. Ha? Yun yung walang masama kung sinasabi na kung malalagay sa alanganin ang inyong buhay, ay pagtanggol nyo inyong sarili. No? Pero yung wala namang kinalaman na binatilyo, mas nyo na lamang palalabasin na involved sa illegal na droga. Kawawa naman. Huwag kayong gumawa ng senaryo, ha? Mga PNP noong mga nagdaang panahon, no? Pero sa panahon ngayon ni General Eliazar ay matino ang kapulisan. Yung mga nadaan ng panahon ni General Albayalde, gusto lamang magpasikat sa Pangulo, kung ano-ano mga pinagagawa. Ngayon, may mga kaso kayo ngayon, ha? O paano ngayon yan after ni Pangulong Duterte? Hindi na siya nakaupo, may kaso pa rin kayo. Kahit sino pang maging Pangulo, may kaso pa rin kayo. Kasi hiwalay yung kaso nyo doon sa panunungkulan ng isang Pangulo ng bansa. Kaya wag dapat kayong magpapauto, wag kayong gumawa ng mga bagay na labag sa batas, yung pagpatay, no, na walang kalaban-laban. Okay lang yung mga drug lord, pagpapatayin nyo, okay lang yan. Okay lang sa akin yan eh. Pero yung mga inosente, wag yung papakialaman dahil una, babalik din sa inyo yan pagdating ng araw, no? Pero pag talagang mga drug lord na mga salot, na mga tulak ng droga, talagang hulihin nyo para i-prosecute, para makulong mga iyan. At kung kinakailangan namang agaw ng baril yan, ay di okay lang. Pero yung talagang mga inosente at walang alam, huwag yung tataniman. Kawawa yung mga tao, ha? Ay alam naman natin sana yung mga ninja cup na yan, ano, mawala na yan, ha? Sa panahon ni General Eliazar, maging tapat lamang kayo sa inyong tungkulin ng mga kapulisan. Ayan, ha? Shout out Lorena Condalor, no, sa Facebook, and Mary Perez, Gina Tabaw, yan, si Pina, dami, shout out, ha? 3 po nanonood sa ating ngayon, ha? Sa YouTube, Dolores Monico, Inday Sara, sabi niya, Leo Bautista, stay safe, ha? Pinilagalas ko, ang hirap po kasi mayroon pong mga masasamang pulis. Yan, Leo Bautista, tama ka, Mar, yan, ha? Winnie Kalingasan, magandang hapon, Sir Mar, at lahat, kurik ka po. Yan, Nana Esper Vlog, ano? Shout out sa iyo. Okay, may report lamang tayo mula kay Dexter Gallardo, Latigo Patrol number 10, mula dyan sa Metro Manila. Mga pulis na naka-alerto sa Sona ni Pangulong Duterte.
Saan man humahagupit ang balita, hagip yan ng Latigo Patrol Reporters.
Okay, kasama ang Dexter Gallardo. Pasok.
Ngayong araw ay gaganapin ang huling State of the Nation Address o Sona ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte itong July 26, 2021. Ilalahad ang mga nagawa ng administrasyon ng kasalukuyan ang mga nagawa sa bansa tulad ng nasahanay ng Department of Transportation DOTR Secretary Arthur Tugadi ang mga proyektong reles, paliparan at pantalan ng kagawaran sa iba't ibang bahagi ng ating kapuluan at tungkol sa mga nagawa ng pamahalaan para sa BARM. Kaya maaga pa lang ay nag-ikot na si PNP Chief Guillermo Elizar sa Commonwealth Avenue malapit sa area ng Sona ng Pangulo. Nagbigay siya ng mensahe sa kanyang kapulisan at sa mga sinabi niya na walang maaaring magpuntang realista sa Commonwealth Avenue. Ngunit malapit sa area ng Sona dapat ito ay nasa pre-designated area. Ngunit ayon sa mga realista ay dumagsa na sila sa Commonwealth at di na ito mapigilan ang nasabing rally sa Commonwealth. Samantala sa Maynila, ayon kay Police Brigade General Leo Paco Francisco, ang kanyang mga kapulisan ay naka-alerto sa pagbabantay sa Malacanang at US Embassy sa mga nag-rally. At nabatid kay NCRP o RD General Danao, maximum tolerance ang ipatutupad at panatilihin ang ligtas na agwat o physical distancing ng bawat isa kontra COVID variant. Pero huwag bigyan ng pagkakataon ang mga realista na makagawa ng komosyon sa araw ng pinakauling Sona ng Pangulo. Mula pa rin sa Metro Manila, Latigo Patrol number 10, Dexter Gallardo Gulat, para sa Latigo News TV at BWBL Worldwide.
Thank you. Kasama ang Dexter Gallardo sa iyong report. Station break po muna tayo. Subaybayan tuwing araw ng Lunes, Martes at Miyerkules. Sa ganap na alas 3 ng hapon, ang programang Latigo ni Batuigas sa impila ng DWBL 1242 sa inyong talapihitan. Kasangga mo sa balita at komentaryo. Mas barakong barako, mahagupit sa balita, lumalatay sa komentaryo. Ang tagapagsalita'y may paninindigan, matapang, walang kinakatakutan. Si Mar Batuigas sa Latigo, mas barakong barako. Okay, thank you. At shout out kay Marsky Soles. Tama, Sir Mar. Yan, Fernando Sanchez, at out. Haja Zoraida Kusain, shout out. Yan, Nanay Esper Vlog, Mel Vlog, galing naman. Mag-report ni Dexter, keep it up. Galing. Okay, meron na tayong report, no? Randy Pabregas, kahandaan ng mga ospital, pinahigpit na border, INEREKOMENDA versus Delta variant. Patrolyan, kasamang Randy Pabregas.
Saan man humahagupit ang balita, hagip yan ng Latigo Patrol Reporters.
Okay, kasama Randy Pabregas. Pasok.
Inirekomenda ng Department of Health, DOH, ang mas mahigpit na border control at kahandaan ng mga ospital sa harap ng banta ng mas nakakahawang Delta variant ng COVID-19. Sa pulong ng Interagency Task Force, kasama si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, noong Sabado ng gabi, inirekomenda rin ng DOH ang pag-monitor ng mga local government unit sa indoors o mga pumapasok sa kanilang mga nakasakupan at pagpapatupad ng localized lockdown. Ayon nga sa pahayag ni Dr. Ana Onglim ng DOH Technical Advisory Group, sa kabila ng data na nagpapakita na mayroon ng local transmission at ito ay magpapatuloy, pero mabagal ang pagpasok ng maraming individual na positibo, hindi lamang sa Delta kundi pati na rin ng iba pang mga variant ng COVID-19 na maaaring matuklasan in the future. Dapat din umanong palakasin ang healthcare system, anuman ang quarantine classification ng lugar, dagdag pa niya. Sa parehong pulong, nagbabala ang infectious disease expert na si Dr. Edsel Salbana na 60% mas nakakahawa ang Delta variant kaysa Alpha o United Kingdom variant. 3 beses ding mas nakakahawa ang Delta variant kumpara sa original na virus ayon kay Salbana. Maaari rin umanong umabot sa 8 tao ang mahahawahan ng isang pasyenteng positibo sa Delta variant kumpara sa unang virus na kayang makahawa ng 2 tao. Sa pinakahuling ulat ng DOH, 55 pang kaso ng Delta variant ang nadagdag ngayong linggo. Sa kabuuan, meron ng 119 na kabuuang kaso ng Delta variant sa bansa. 2 na ang naitala sa Bacoor, Cavite, ayon nga kay Mayor Lani Mercado. Para naman kay dating National Task Force Against COVID-19 Advisor Dr. Tony Lechon, bigo ang bansa sa pagharap sa Delta variant. Huli na di umanong nagpatupad ng travel ban ang Pilipinas kumpara sa Indonesia, Thailand at Malaysia. Hindi rin umano iniulat ng DOH ang Delta cases mula noong Abril. Mababang bilang ng COVID-19 test, kawalan ng contact tracing at mabagal na pagbabakuna. Pero para kay Pangulong Duterte, walang pagkukulang sa pagbabakuna. Dapat lang aniya magpatupad ng mas maayos na proseso sa pagbabakuna. At ang mga LGU nakatakdang magpulong ulit ang IATF para pag-usapan ang ipatutupad na quarantine classification sa buwan ng Agosto. Ito ang inyong Latigo Patrol number 12, Randy Pabregas, nag-uulat para sa Latigo News TV at DWBL Worldwide.
Thank you, kasamang Randy Pabregas sa iyong report. Yan, shout out kay Grace Bunao. Yan, June Catalonia. Thank you, Grace Bunao. Shout out sa iyo. Nanasay ko ng Hong Kong. Haja Zoraida Kusain. Yan, Winnie Kalingasan sa YouTube nanonood. Yan. Okay, Leia, pa-jacket daw si Ate Tony Ya. Bigyan ng jacket si Tony Ya, no? Sabi naman binila, yun daw ay singer. At ito nga report ni kasamang Dexter Pabregas, ano? Inirekomenda nga ng Department of Health sa Interagency kay Pangulong Duterte na mas mahigpit ang border control at handaan ang paghandaan ng mga ospital o yung kahandaan ng mga ospital sa harap na rin ng banta ng mas nakakahawang Delta variant, no? Kaya nirekomenda ni Dr. Ana Onglim ng DOS ang Technical Advisory Group sa mga lokal na pamahalaan na pagpapatupad ng localized lockdown, no? At mahigpit na pag-monitor sa mga indoors arrivals o mga pumapasok sa kanilang mga nasasakupan. Inimok din ang publiko na mas palakasin pa ang pagpatupad ng healthcare system sa iba't ibang lugar sa bansa upang makatiyak na hindi tuluyang lumaganap ang nasabing virus, no? Talagang makaibigan, no, sa ating mga kababayan ay mas mahigit na 8 at ang 8 kataong maaring mahawaan ito. At tayo lamang ay magpapaalam sa ating radio program sa DWBL at magbabalik ko tayo bukas. Pero wag ko kayong alis sa tuloy-tuloy pong ating live sa YouTube at Facebook Live. Sa ating station manager kay Elisa Sergio Junida, maraming salamat at magandang hapon sa mga nakikinig sa atin sa radio program DWBL. Ito pa rin kaibigan, Mar Batuigas. Okay, at tuloy-tuloy na tayo. Shout out Lea Bautista. Yan, my friend, nanonood si Lea Bautista sa ating YouTube channel. Si Grace Bunaw naman sa ating Facebook Live, ano? 35 yung nanonood sa Facebook Live. Ayan. Shout out po sa inyo lahat. Lorenzo Sanchez Camar, yung panalo ko, asa na? Hindi ka naman nanalo eh. Joseph Okwasel is the SO sa lahat. Lahat po nung palaro natin yung July 22, ano? Birthday celebration ko eh. Pinadala po natin lahat, GCash, tigi 1,000. Lovely Kato ng Japan, no? Shout out sa iyo. Ayan, Josie Ruiz Torda ng Hong Kong, yan, ng Aseco. Shout out din kay Raquel de Siron, yung ating fans club president dyan sa Hong Kong. Ayan. Binilagalos ko yung Sir Mar, friend ko po si Tony Ya, singer po siya, invite po natin. Minsan, thank you very much. Okay? Ayan sana po sa inyo lahat. I-share po ninyo itong ating live, no, sa Facebook at YouTube para marami pong makapanood ng ating mga mainit na mga balita. Ayan Oh, hey Leia. Okay, jakita nyo si Tony Ya ha. Ayan Nana Esper Vlog, shout out sa iyo. Meron lamang tayong report mula sa ating Latigo Patrol number 23, Renz Pedrochi. Nandiyan na ba sa linya? Okay, tawagin natin si Renz Pedrochi.
Saan man humahagupit ang balita, hagip yan ng Latigo Patrol Reporters.
Shoutout sa iyo, Ma'am Lovely Kato mula dyan sa Japan. Yan, sabi Sir Mar, ingat din po. Lagi kayo sa Japan din po ang taas ng bilang ng COVID. Ayan. Renz Pedrochi, nandiyan na ba? Okay, kasama ang Renz Pedrochi, may update siya kaugnay sa Sona. Okay,
sa
kasama ang Renz
magandang hapon
Pedrochi.
sa mga gili natin tagapanood ng Latigo News TV. Kasalukuyan nandito ko ngayon sa pwesto ng DSWD, harapan ng batasan, na kung saan ay busy-busy ang mga kapulisan sa kanilang paghahanda sa Sona ng 2021. At dito ay napakahigpit ng mga pulisiyan nila dito pagkat dito ay talagang winawan-on-one nila ang mga tao rito kung saan pupunta at ang mga officer ay meron sila kanya-kanyang color code. At dito ngayon ay hindi pa rin natitilag ang mga ralista sapagkat babagsak na rin ang ulan ay hindi raw sila alis sa kanilang pwesto. Ayaw mo na inisa na report mula rito sa Batasan, nag-uulat, Renz Pedrochi para sa Latigo News TV at DWBL Worldwide.
Thank you, kasamang Renz Pedrochi, no? Nandun siya sa Batasan, ano? At yun, makulimlim daw at maulan-ulan, ha? Ayan, shout out po sa inyong lahat. Ayan, binilagalo sige, share dan po, Sir Mar. Ayan, sabi niya. Okay, wag niyo kalimutan i-share ito dahil itong ating balita na ito ay mamayang gabi pa po ninyo ito mapapakinggan, no, sa mga istasyon sa telebisyon. Pero ngayon, binalita na po natin, ha? Sa ating Facebook Live, no, at sa ating YouTube channel live. Joseph Okwasel, ang gara ng suot mo, Sir Mar, mukhang atin ka ng Sona. Ayan. Oo, kasi alam mo naman, alam mo naman dahil Sona ngayon, no, ay kaya siyempre dapat medyo formal naman ng konti yung ating suot, no. Andun yung ating mga reporter. 3 yung ating reporter na gumagala ngayon doon, ano, tinitingnan nila baka magkaroon ng mga untoward incident, nakaantabay sila. Ayan. Pilila Galos Koiki upgraded membership to Gold Special Shoutout. Yan, wow, Gold Special Shoutout. Mataas yan, ha? Thank you very much, Ma'am Binila Galos Koiki. Ayan, at sa mga nanonood sa ating ngayon sa Facebook, ha, huwag niyo pong kalimutan na i-share itong ating mga balita. Teresita Batuigas siya ginuma. Ayan, Binila Galos Koiki, konnichiwa din. Dito po ako sa War. Florencio Sanchez Idolmar, takbo po kayo ng mayor ng Bulacan. Ayan, mananalo kayo. Ayan, sabi niya. Lance Aseco, shout out sa iyo. Okay, at meron lamang ko tayong tatanggaping report mula kay Latigo Patrol number 21, Eduardo Bartulay, Metro Manila, malalim na lubak sa Ruas Boulevard, southbound ng Pasay, ano? Ayan, patrol mo yan kasamang Eduardo Bartulay.
Saan man humahagupit ang balita, hagip yan ng Latigo Patrol Reporters.
Okay, kasamang Eduardo Bartulay, pasok.
Dito sa may flyover ng Ruas Boulevard, southbound, itong Senator Hill po, tabi nyo, lungsod ng Pasay, kung saan ang mga sasakyan ay dahan-dahan ng pababa ng flyover, itong Ruas Boulevard, patungong Coastal Express. Dahil sa malalim na mga lubak, na nasira dahil sa tubig ulan at lumambot itong asfalto, kaya ito ay maraming lubak dito. At ito at talaga itong mga light vehicle ay hindi pwede talagang hindi magpara. At pag hindi mo ihanap ng iwasan yung malalim na lubak, ay sasaya talagang bumper. At bukod dito sa may malalim na lubak na malapit sa may pagbaba ng flyover, at pagkukusan mo patungong naman ng EDSA, itong bago dumating ng traffic light, ay meron din ang pinakamalalim na lubak din doon at talagang napakahirap dumaan ng mga babang sasakyan. Dito sa ito malalim na lubak dahil dito dumadaan itong mga truck na kumakaliwa ng patungong Magallanes. So sana ay mabigyan ka ito ng solusyon ng DPWH para naman hindi na mahirapan dumaan itong mga sasakyan. Lalo na itong mga motorsiklo sa gabi. Magkakaroon ito ng disgrasya pag ito hindi na napansin na ito nagtirigan na legal action ng DPWH. Samantala, narito tayo ngayon sa may area ng C5. Patungong ito dito may Katipunan ay hindi pa marami na rin mga sasakyan na dumadaan dito at nagkakaroon ng konting traffic dito sa area na rin ng Quezon City. Yan ang sitwasyon report. Ito si Latigo Patrol number 21, Eduardo Amilaman Surkulat para sa Latigo News TV at DWL Worldwide.
Thank you kasama ang Eduardo Bartulay sa iyong report. Okay, at meron lamang kong nananawagan sa atin, lumapit sa atin yung ating kaibigan, si Ma'am Binila Galos Koiki, at gusto niya itong tulungan at humihingi ng tulong itong ating kababayan. Humihingi itong ating kababayan na sana yung papel. Humihingi po itong ating kababayan ng tulong si Mark J. Nesio ng Rosario Cavite, Sila po ay nawasak ang kanilang bahay dahil sa bagyong Pabian, At meron siyang panawagan, i-play po natin at doon po sa gustong tumulong ay wasak pong kanilang bahay, Kaya yung sa sino pong gustong tumulong ay pwede pong tumulong sa abot ng inyong puso. Kumbaga, ayan. Ipakita nga natin yung nanawagan na yan na si Mark J. Nesio. I-play nga natin at yung kanilang bahay. Okay?
Ayan, magandang umaga po. Ako po pala si Mark J. Nesio na taga Rosario. Baka po sana pwede po sanang makahingi ng tulong sa inyo kasi yung po namin, yung bahay po namin nasira na, inano na po nung bagyo, pero safe na po lahat ng mga kapatid ko tsaka yung mga magulang ko, safe na po. Ito po yung bahay namin, nasira na po nung bagyo, sobrang lakas po nung alon, hindi po makapasok. Medyo check ko lang po kasi may iba po kaming gamit sa loob. Sobrang laki na po ng tubig. Ayan po. Ayan, maraming salamat po kung baka sakaling makahingi po ng tulong sa inyo. Ayan.
Ay ano, mga kaibigan, yung bahay nila Mark J. Nesio ng Rosario, Cavite at winasak ng bagyong si Fabian, humingi ng tulong siguro makakuan man lang sila, makarecover kung paanong paraan na makapagpatayo o makapagkaroon man lang may tayo yung kanilang barong-barong kang gawa sa kawayan. Ayan, si Mabinil Lagalos Koike, yan yung sana sa screen, yung GCash of Mart Jumel Nisio. Thank you very much po. Much po. Ayan, sabi niya. Eduardo Ricio, good afternoon. Nanay Esper. Ayan, Eduardo Ricio. Sa ating Facebook Live, Ani for Marcel, good afternoon, Sir Mart. Thank you. And thank you, God. At tomorrow din. Ingat lagi po. Ayan, ha. Elizalde Arisubal, welcome back Elizalde Arisubal. Ayan, yan po doon sa mga nanonood ngayon, may mga busila kang puso, pwede po kayong pwede niyo po kontakin si Mart Jumel Nisio. Yan yung kanyang smart cellphone number, smart GCash number niya, yan 0921-701-0041 GCash yan Doon lamang po sa mga ika nga ay gustong tumulong kay J-Mart. Yan. Elizalde Arisubal, shout out sa iyo. Ngayon, ang pag-uusapan natin mga kaibigan, ito po ngayon ay huling Sona ni Pangulong Duterte. Kayo ba bayan ay kontento sa mga naging performance ng ating Pangulo sa loob ng 5 taon at matatapos ang kanyang termino sa June May ang eleksyon June 31 matatapos ang termino ng Pangulo sa June 31 kung di tayo nagkakamali at uupo naman dyan yung mga bagong nanalo ng July 1 o kayo ba'y kontento sa naging performance ni Pangulong Duterte sa kanyang pamamalakad Ang nagustuhan ko po sa pamamalakad ni Pangulong Duterte ay yung mga abusado bang mga opisyal ng gobyerno, lalong-lalo na yung tanimbala na yan. Ay doon ako galit na galit dahil maraming mga kababayan tayong tuhan Yung mga OFW na papunta ng ibang bansa, babalik na sa kanilang trabaho, dahil tinatawag na sila ng kanilang amo, abay lintik. Pag check ng kanilang bag, may bala, anak ka ng talagang hindi ka tanggap-tanggap kasi kung OFW ka, babalik ka na sa iyong amo sa ibang bansa, hindi ka magdadala ng bala dahil alam mong bawal. Hindi ka magdadala ng bala para makulong, para ma-hold. Puta, doon tayo galit na galit mga kaibigan Kaya si Marroas, talagang buisit na buisit ako dyan dahil kinukonsinti pa yung mga police ng Aviation Security Group, Yung ABSICOM na yan na mga nagtatanim ng bala. Kinukonsinti pa. Ay kayong OFW, hindi nakabalik sa kanyang amo kasi kinasuhan. Dahil nahulihan daw ng tanim bala. Nahulihan ng bala. Anak ka ng tipaklong kayo, mabuti na lang may isang Duterte na may tapang para sugpuin kayo, Yun ang nagustuhan ko kay Pangulong Duterte. Tsaka yung build program niya, Yung pagtatayo ng mga infrastructure project, lalo na yung mga kalsada na yan, Yung yung tawag dito, yung sa taas yung kalsada, anong tawag doon? Skyway, Magmula dyan sa Balintawak papunta ng Alabang, puta, papuntang Cavite. Wala pang, nasa 30 minutes lang ang oras yung biyahe papunta ng Cavite. Halimbawa, taga Bulacan ka, akyat ka dyan sa Skyway, no? Dyan sa may, bago dumating ng Balintawak. Akyat ka, punta ka ng Cavite, 30 minutes lang. Ayan ang mga kagandahang mga nagawa ni Pangulong Duterte, yung Build program, yung paglansag sa tanimbala, tapos ano pa ba? Pero aminin ko sa inyo talagang aminin natin, may korupsyon eh. May korupsyon. Sa korupsyon nabigo yung ating Pangulo. No? Nabigo siya dahil patuloy ang nakawan dyan sa PhilHealth, no? Sa PhilHealth at sa Department of Health. No? Tuloy-tuloy ang nakawan dyan. Kaya yan ang mga, bagamat marami siyang mga tinanggal sa Department of Public Works and Highways. Ang dami siyang mga tinanggal dyan, mga nireshuffle niya. Alam mo, sinabi ng Pangulo, alam mo, nagmumula ang korupsyon sa pinakamataas. Ano ba yung pinakamataas sa DPWH? Magmula sa Regional Director, no? DPWH Regional Director, District Director, grabe mga magnanakaw yan, no? Sinabi mismo ng Pangulo yan. Kaya nagkaroon ng maraming reshuffle sa Department of Public Works and Highways, sa DPWH. Sa Bureau of Custom, grabe din ang korupsyon diyan, no? Talagang yung lifter, tawag dito, yung nakalimutan ko na yung pinaglagyan ng shabu na tuni-tunilada, no? Sa yung bakal, yung kalimutan ko ng lifter ang tawag doon, nakalusot yun sa Bureau of Custom no? Mga tiwali yung mga nakaupo din, sila retired general, kalimutan ko na, tsaka sila Paildon. Magnetic lifter, mga kaibigan, magnetic lifter. 2 beses nakalusot yung magnetic lifter na may tuni-tuliladang mga shabu, no? Kaya kurap ang mga tao diyan sa custom. Department of Health, kurap ang mga tao diyan. PhilHealth, kurap ang mga tao diyan, grabe. Pero hindi naman nagpapabaya ang Pangulo dahil, diba, yung mga dapat i-relieve niya, tinanggal niya. At yung 12 congressman, kanyang pinangalanan, yun ang nakakahiya, mga kaibigan. Si Congresswoman Tan ng lalawigan ng Quezon. Itong si Eric Guyap ng CIS, party list na yan, number 1 nominee. Si Congressman Alfred Romualdez, hindi pala, Congressman Alfred Vargas, mga kaibigan ng Quezon City. Pinangalanan din po ng ating Pangulo na kasama sa mga tumatanggap ng lagay. Sino pa ba? 12 yun 12 yung mga kurap. Malapit na yung eleksyon, no? Ay sana matandaan nyo yung mga pangalan na yan, ha? Kaya puro mga substandard yung shout out po kay, sabi niya, Facebook Live, shout out po, Sir Mar, here in Japan. Hindi ko masyado makita yung monitor niya, no? Sino nga ito? Yan, shout out Maribel Toquero Atendan. Good afternoon po, Sir Mar. Mukhang bago si Ma'am Maribel, ha? Yan, hindi ko makita itong monitor mo. Si Aida Mictina Kagawa ba ito? Ayan, Florencio Sanchez. Virgin ito ng Japan, shout out. Teresita Yaginuma, shout out. Nasaan na ba ako? Yun, ha? Yung itong mga congressman na ito na pinangalanan ng Pangulong Duterte, ay dapat tandaan nyo ito ng mga korap, no? At yun ang sinasabi natin dahil kaya natin ito tinatalakay. Dahil ngayon po ay huling Sona ng ating Pangulo, nagustuhan natin dyan, yung paglansag sa tanimbala na yan, ng mga walang hiya. Yung mga pulis dyan sa NAIA, no? Sa airport. Yan. Shout out sa iyo, Chris Noro, ha? Shout out sa iyo, Chris Noro ng Japan. Yan. So, yun, mga pulis yan ng mga walang hiya sa NAIA, ha? Sa airport, mga tanimbala kayo, nilansag kayo ni Pangulong Duterte, na gusto natin yon. Brenda Dadlalera, shout out sa iyo. Brenda Kaminsky, shout out. Yung Bill program niya, shout out. Talaga maganda programa niya. Shout out Leia Bautista, yan ha. O parang hindi na kita nakikita sa Facebook ha. Madam Leia Bautista, ano ba nangyari ha? Mukhang ano pa ba, yung Bill program, yan, paglansag sa tanimbala, pag-alaga sa mga OFW ha, nagustuhan natin yan ha. Nagustuhan natin mga kaibigan yan, yung mga programa ni Pangulong Duterte. Maliban na lang doon sa graft and corruption, doon po siya nabigo. At siya naman sinabi niya at inamin niya, may mga video tayo dyan. Pero maliban doon, talagang magaling si Pangulong Duterte, no? Magaling sa programa, talagang ika nga, may political will. Yan, ha? Maria Gracia Vlog Story, ha? Share po natin ang live, mga kalatigo. Yun ang ating sinasabi dito na maganda ang mga naging performance ni Pangulong Duterte at malapit na nga itong bumaba, no? At sana yung papalit sa kanya ay maging mahusay din, no? At lansagin ang graft and corruption. Alam mo mga kaibigan, ang nagpapahirap sa atin ang graft and corruption Bakit to sa ibang bansa, sa Japan, kapag may mga politiko na mga magnanakaw, nagaharakiri, ha? Nagaharakiri doon. Ha? Nagpapatiwakal, nagre-resign. Pero bakit dito sa Pilipinas kung tutusin ang daming pera ng gobyerno ha? Itong taon lang na ito 4.5 trillion ang pera natin. Ha? 4.5 trillion ang pera ng gobyerno no sa loob ng isang taon. Bakit bagamat maganda mga programa, no? Yung mga bill program na yan, lahat, maliban na lamang sa PhilHealth na yan, na ninanakaw yung pondo dyan, ha? Sayang ang pera. Kaya nga, naghihirap ang Pilipinas. Dapat hindi maghihirap ang mga Pilipino Kasi mayaman ang Pilipinas Tingnan mo ngayon, nagdatingan ngayon ang mga yung vaccine, yung COVID-19 vaccine, no? Million ngayon ang dumarating, no? Maganda na agapan, no? Ng Pangulo. Kaya maganda yung kanyang performance, Pinupuri natin, maliban na lamang doon sa graft and corruption. Kaya ang Pilipinas, kung tutusin, mayaman pa tayo sa ibang bansa kasi lahat ng mga natural resources na sa atin Pero hindi makaahon-ahon kasi itong mga corrupt na mga politiko, mga nangungumisyon. Ha? Pag si congressman lang, pagbaba ng project sa kanyang distrito. Ha? Pagmamano na yung kontraktor. Ang gagawin naman ng kontraktor, substandard yung mga proyekto na kanyang gagawin. Kumbaga sa pagtimpla ng kape, malabnaw. Ha? Malabnaw yung kape kasi hindi na pwedeng taasan pa yung halo ng semento ng mga bakal, mga bakal na mga substandard, mga semento na kulang sa halo. Kasi napunta na doon sa komisyon ni congressman. Napunta na doon sa komisyon ni mayor, mga kaibigan. No? Sana yan ay malutas ng susunod na administrasyon yung mga kurakutan na yan. Patrick Lloyd, magaling si Presidente talaga. Kami dito, mahal namin yan. Yeah. Mary Jane ito, sana ma-extend pa si President Duterte. Hindi na po. Vivian Gatdola, shout out sa iyo, ma'am. Yan, Ang alam naman natin ang batas after the one term of President ay talagang sayo at sa gusto bababa talaga. Yan, Mary Jane ito ng Japan, totoo po yan sa Japan, no? Politiko, pag may skandal, no? Nagsusuicide, tingnan mo nga naman, talaga namang ibang klase sa Japan parang walang halaga ang buhay sa Japan ng mga politiko kapag na-involved sa korupsyon nagpapakamatay sila. Dapat ganun din dito sa Pilipinas. Joseph Okwasel, sana pagbaba ni Digong si VP Lini Robredo ang pumalit dahil wala korupsyon. Una, yung Malampaya Power Plant. Kung tutuusin, kayang kitain ang budget ng Pilipinas at sobra-sobra pa. Dati akong consultant sa putol sa Malampaya Fund. Well, yung Malampaya Fund na yan mga kaibigan, malaking producer ng langis yan ng ating bansa. Ang problema nga dyan, no, noong panahon ni PGMA, kung di tayo nagkakamali, no, ay ninakaw din yan yung pondo ng Malampaya Fund. No, isa din diyan sa likod si Janet Lim Napoles, no, na kinasuhan ng plunder na ngayon ay nakakulong kasabwat yung mga tiwali na mga opisyal ng gobyerno noong panahon ni Gloria, no. Tama yan, ano, ang Malampaya na yan, ano, power plant ay malaking supplier ng langis yan sa ating bansa, no, na maaaring makapagbigay ng maraming pondo sa gobyerno. Yan, orchid mo ng Australia, dito sa Australia, pag may nagsumbong kahit isang tao lang, resign kahit tumanggap lang ng regalo. Pag may nagsumbong, resign. No. No, but. Yan, di ba? So, sana wala yung monitor. Sana sa ganon, nawala yung monitor ko Hindi, yung dito.
Dinan mo lang.
Ayan, okay na. Nagalaw. So, ibig ko sabihin, Ma'am Orchid Mong ng Australia, no? Talagang sana dito sa Pilipinas, ganyan din, ano? Ganyan din sana yung kaso, wala Makakapalang mukha Ha? Makakapalang mukha ng mga politiko dito sa Pilipinas. Kaya nga, walang asenso, no? Hindi umaangat ang ekonomiya ng ating bansa dahil napupunta lamang sa mga bulsa ng mga politikong korap. Hindi na kasi kayang mantayan niya ng Pangulo, no? Mismo kasi sa baba, no? Magmula sa mga maliliit na politiko, papunta dun sa mayor, congressman, senador, usong-uso pong nakawan. Para bang sakit na yata yan, ano? Parang sakit yata na cancer yan. No, na wala ng kagalingan. Yan. Teodora Pajardo, shout out. Lee Raquiña Buhos, shout out sa iyo, Miss Lee Raquiña Buhos. Yan. Yan si Lea Bautista, nawala yung Facebook mo. O hindi na kita makita o baka naman na-block mo na ako, Miss Lea Bautista. No, Nanay Esper Vlog, shout out sa iyo. Rosalie Bernardo, shout out. Ayan, Christina Eligio, shout out. Ayan, Jesse James Leal, ubos ang mga politiko, Kuya Mar. Kung meron dugong hapon, ay oo nga, no? Ganun nga siguro. Wala talaga, maubos talaga sila. Nanay Esper Vlog, shout out sa iyo. Monitor ko medyo kaya. Ayan, wala pa rin. Lee Raquiña Buhos, shout out sa iyo. Ayun, tama yung sinasabi ni mauubos ang mga politiko kung may mga dugong hapon sa Pilipinas talaga. Okay naman yung monitor ko, nadidinig. Dito lang sa monitor ko sa tainga nawala. Mary Jane Ito ng Japan, shout out. Teresita Yaginuma, shout out. Shout out sa inyong lahat. Yan. Teodora Pajardo ng Cyprus, kamusta? Nanay Esper Vlog, shout out. Yan mo na. Joseph Okwasel, shout out. Patrick Lloyd, yan. Mimpa Takasa, shout out. Sabi niya, hello mate. Long time no see, ha? Belated happy birthday. Mula dyan sa Ireland, no? Ayan, ha? Lea Bautista, nag-message na ako sa messenger. My friend Mar. Oh, akala ko binlock mo na ako, Lea Bautista, ha? Eh dati nagtatago pa tayo. Ngayon eto na tayo ngayon, ha? Ellen Sarte watching from Marikina. Florencio Sanchez Camar. Ano ba ang Sona ni Digong? Di ba nagpapaliwanag na nga ako, Sona ni Digong? State of the Nation address ng Pangulo, yung mga nagawa niya, ipapaliwanag niya, no? Papaliwanag niya yan. Lahat ng kanyang programa sa loob ng 5 taon ay kanyang sasabihin sa kanyang Sona. Eduardo Rico, shout out sa iyo. Tonya, shout out. Ohel Lea, shout out. Ayan, kamusta? Nimpa Takasa ng Ireland, no? Classmate po natin yan. Long time no see, ha? Ma'am Sinaida Sarmiento Kudo, shout out sa iyo. Good afternoon, Sir Mar. Matigas, papawi pa lang po from work. Ayan, ha? Helen Sarte, shout out din sa iyo, ha? Sa Facebook Live natin. No, kanina, 35 nanonood. Sa ating YouTube channel. So ano pang masasabi nyo? Ano pa ang mga magandang nagawa ni Pangulong Duterte sa kanyang administrasyon? Lapit na po itong bumaba, no? Ilang buwan na lamang yan, no? After election, sa May ang presidential election. Kasama na po dyan yung lokal, ano? Mga konsihal, vice mayor, mayor, congressman, senador, 12 senador. Kaya nga yung mga lokal na politiko sa inyong lugar, kapag nakita nyo na ang daming mga nakakarating na mga sumbong sa atin, mga kaibigan, yung mga lokal na opisyal, no? Abay talagang sa panahon ng eleksyon, makikita mo sila. Pero after eleksyon na nakaupo na, ay wala na, no? Marami ng naglaho na parang bula. Bakit kaya ganun, ano? Marami yung mga nagsusumbong sa akin, mga nagpupunta na umihingi ng tulong. Sabi ko, ba't di ka pumunta doon sa politiko? Na mga nakaupo ngayon, hindi wala raw, nagtatago raw eh. Tingnan mo na. Ay, binoto mo ba? Binoto ko eh. Ngayon, ano ngayon? Hindi mo pala malalapitan. Yan ang sinasabi natin na laging nasa huli ang pagsisisi. Ayan, shout out sa iyo, Andre Velez Peña. Ayan, sa Facebook. Le Bautista, ha? Oo nga, grabe. Antay na talaga tayo. Ayan, ha? Mel Vlogs, ginawa niyang 10 years ang passport ng mga OFW, Sir Mar. Malaking bagay po yan. Di ba? Grabe, ano? 10 years ang passport. Yan ang sinasabi natin na malaki sa mga nagawa ni Pangulong Digong, tulad niyang passport niya, isipin mo. 10 taon ka bago magre-renew. Isa yan sa mga political will ni Pangulong Duterte na nagustuhan ko rin, no? At yung pagdoble ng sahod ng mga pulis, ng mga militar, no? Na bagamat doble ng sahod ng mga pulis. Shoutout nga pala kaibigan Carlos Salazar, no? Ang Pangulo ng GDF, Governor Daniel Fernando, a group, no? Public service a group, no? Diyan sa lalawigan ng Bulacan. Shoutout sa iyo, Mr. Carlos Salazar. Kaibigan po natin yan. Yan. At mabuhay ka, Carlos Salazar. At mabuhay si Governor Daniel Fernando. Napakasipag ni Daniel Fernando, no, mga kaibigan. Abay, tuloy-tuloy ang pag-iikot, no, sa mga bayan sa Bulacan. Kung saan itong nagdaan na bagyong si Fabian, ano? ay marami itong pinerwisyo itong pabya na ito. At ang Bulacan, isa sa mga naapektuhan na may mga lugar na binaha dahil sa sobrang lakas ng ulan at pagpapakawala ng mga ng dam, no? Ng tubig, nagpakawala ito at bumaha ang ilang bayan sa lalawigan ng Bulacan at hindi naging pabaya si Gobernador Daniel Fernando. Diyan natin inahangaan ito, ano? Si Daniel Fernando hindi lamang magaling na politiko o rather, hindi lamang magaling na artista. Ito'y magaling ding politiko, mga kaibigan. Grabe, very approachable. Pag hiningan mo ng tulong, yung mga kababayan niya, talagang binibigyan niya agad ng tulong. Palibhasa, galing sa mahirap. Kasi alam mo, ang isang leader, pag galing sa mahirap, ramdam niya, ramdam niya ang saloobin ng mga mahirap na humihingi ng tulong. Kaya nga si Governor Daniel Fernando, pag kinalabit mo yan, bigay agad ng tulong sa kanyang mga kalalawigan. No? Sana lahat ng politiko ganyan, ano? Na hindi nagtatago, hindi nagbabalat kayo, mga kaibigan. No, shout out sa Facebook Live. Ayan, si Raquel Rivero Siron mula dyan sa Hong Kong, ano? Mabuhay kayo dyan sa Hong Kong. Ayan, ha? At Yummy Lies, shout out din sa iyo, ha? Ayan, si Nanay Esper Vlog, shout out. Yun, yung mga nagustuhan natin sa mga ginawa ni Pangulong Duterte na talaga namang nakakahanga, no? Hindi natin may tatatwa yan. Yung kanyang political will. Sana ganyan ang mga pangulo, ano? Yung bang sabihin na nating may yagbuls. Kasi pag wala kang yagbuls, wala mangyayari, no? Kailangan ganon. Yan. Florencio Sanchez Camar, sino dapat iboto natin? Ayan. Ibubulong ko na lang sa iyo, Florencio Sanchez, ha? Okay, text mo na lang ako. Raquel Rivero Siron, magandang hapon po, Sir Mar. At sa lahat ng mga staff. Ayan. Patrick Lloyd ng Europe, no? Kuya Mar, sinasamantala ng mga tao na nasa puder ang kanilang posisyon para mangurakot. Yan, ha? At shout out sa taga Japan, ha? Ano pangalan nung kanina? Si Chris. Nandiyan pa ba si Chris ng Japan? Si Chris Soro, no? At si kabayan na Tushu, ano? Ayan, si Chris Noro, ha? Yung may Japanese name kanina, ano? Maraming bago sa ating channel ngayon na mga nagbalikan. Iba may mga bago pa. Ayan, si kaibigang Lea Bautista, no? Dapat aktibo ka na ngayon, ha? Oh, natupad na yung request mo, ha? Na talaga namang nandyan na tayo, ha? Ayan. Macheba Lorenzo, shout out sa'yo. Ayan, mga viewers natin yan, mga matatagal na, no? Ayan, Yummy Lies, shout out sa'yo, ha? Ayan. Sino yan? Sa Kongreso, no?
Nakapasok lang niya sa ano.
Andiyan ang Pangulo, no? Ayun, no? Ay, papakita natin yung cover natin ito. Kasi ito,
Kayo nakalabas.
special coverage po ito, ha? Ayan na po, papasok na po ang ating Pangulo, Pangulong Duterte sa Kongreso. Ayan, ho, medyo nagbaw na siya, ha? Ayan. Ayan ang ating Pangulo, ha? Ayan. Makikita niyo po yung ating Pangulo. Ayan, no? Talagang kailangan din talaga mag-face mask, no? Si Senator Bongo yung nasa likod niya, no? Ayan, panoorin niyo po at special coverage natin yan, ha? Ayan, o. Ayan, o. Ako, mahaba siguro yan, mga kaibigan, ha?
Ano lang naman tayo, yung konti lang.
Konti lang, oh.
On the part of the Senate, the joint session is called to order.
On the part of the House of Representatives, the joint session is hereby called to order. Please rise for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem,
Ayan, oh.
be led by Ms. Morissette Amon and accompanied with the Philippine
Bing
Philharmonic
Toledo, shout out
Orchestra.
sa'yo. Ah,
Pag-iipelas ng sinaganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng makiting, sa manduluping, di ka pasisikin. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong mukha, may dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdidingding, ang bituin at araw niya kailan kamay di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhating pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya dapat may mag-api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
okay mga kaibigan, ano?
Please remain standing for the
Shout out
nation's
sa'yo,
prayer.
Bing Toledo, ha? Yeah, thank you, ha, Ma'am Christy, Eligio. Yeah.
Ama naming makapangyarihan sa lahat, narito po kami upang magpasalamat sa lahat ng biyayang binibigay mo po sa aming mayaman na kalikasan, mga kakayahan at tibay ng loob. Maraming salamat po. Basbasan po at gabayan ang aming mahal na inang bayan at ang aming mga leader na pangalagaan ang aming kinabukasan bilang susunod na henerasyon ng aming
Thank you,
mahal
Ma'am
na
Christy,
Pilipinas.
Eligio.
Gabayan mo po kami sa harap ng pandemya at protektahan mo po kami. Ipakita mo po sa amin ang tamang daan upang malagpasan namin ito. At lahat ng mga darating pang sakuna, kalamidad o anumang hamon. Lahat ng ito ay tinatanggap namin bilang pagsubok lamang upang lalo kaming sumampalataya sa iyo. Naway matamo namin ang ganap na pagkakaisa bilang isang bayan. Turuan mo po kaming maging mapagkumbaba at laging unahin ang aming kapwa bago ang aming mga sarili, lalo na ang mga kapuspalad, mga dumaraing at ang mga nais na marinig. Pati na rin ang mga kababayan namin naghahatid ng mahalagang serbisyo sa kapwa, maging dito sa Pilipinas o sa ibang bansa.
Patatagin mo po sana kami bilang tao at bilang isang bayan na laging nananalig at naniniwalang hindi mo po kami pababayaan kailanman.
Salamat Panginoon sa lahat ng iyong blessing sa amin. Ito po ang aming dasal. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of Congress, the President of the Republic of the Philippines, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
Shout out, Diamond Gendry. Ayan, no? Sarap pag nasa kongreso ka, no? Oh.
Mute ko na, pwede ka na mag-ano.
Ano?
Sige, mag-share ko.
Ayan ang ating Pangulo, mga kaibigan. Pababa po siya, ayan, ha? Para magbigay na ng kanyang mensahe. Panoorin mo muna natin yung kanyang konti lang din ang inimbitahan, ano? Hindi masyadong marami, ha?
Kindly sit down. By far, this is the most beautiful Sona crowd that ever happened here. So many beautiful faces. And you only have to guess when you see the full face of the person. Senate
Naresper
President
Vlog,
Vicente
salamat.
Soto
Papanood din ng
III
live, ha?
and the honorable members of the Senate, House Speaker Lord Alan J. Velasco, and the honorable members of the
Shout out
House of Representatives,
Saka Amore.
Vice President Maria Leonor Robredo, former Presidents Fidel V. Ramos, Gloria
Jojo de Guzman,
Macapagal
Connect TV,
Arroyo,
shout out.
Joseph Ejercito Estrada, the Chief Justice Alexander Gismondo, and the Justices of the Supreme Court, Executive Secretary Salvador Medialdia, and the members of the Cabinet, Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, His Excellency Archbishop Charles John Brown, and the distinguished members of the Diplomatic Corps. My fellow government workers, and of course, to my lovely wife, Annalette, mga mahal kong kababayan,
Si Hanelet.
when I assumed the presidency 5 years ago, dominant in my mind were the dreams and visions of a better life for all Filipinos. I saw them as reachable through the institution of reforms and radical changes in both in the structure of government and the mode of governance. Changes designed responsibility, accountability, and all in consonance with the truth that the public office is a public trust. When I ran for the presidency, I just made fundamental processes, and strangely, you can count them by the fingers of your hand. I made those changes which I thought that was really, there was time and doable. To offer free education, it's there already. The universal health care, nandiyan na po. The fight against illegal drugs, criminality, and corruption, and the development structure, including free irrigation and other big-ticket projects, which I thought I did not have the funds to do it. But perchance, among others, they were done in my term. Today, as I approach my term, my end of my term, I have less visions, but more remembrances. But mine is not to review or to second guess what might have been, but to bear and respond with the urgency of the unforeseen events as they unfold. Even before I took the oath of office, and everyone else, I suppose, knew the gravity of the enormity of the problems that the country was facing. And precisely because of that awareness, I was driven to hasten implementation of changes which I believe the country needed, keeping in mind that the Constitution afforded me only 6 years to make those changes happen. Making a difference within the constitutional time frame is what I was up against. But no one gets by legally without warming to the needle's eye of the constitutional imperatives. That is why I cajoled, I shielded, I pushed, and I tangled with men of wealth and influence who were oblivious to the angst and pleas of the weak and impoverished. And for that, I was pilloried to no end. But I did not succumb to the attacks, and neither did I allow criticisms, however intense, dampen my determination and initiatives, because my purpose was pure and unpolluted. While we were busy instituting reforms, the twin ogres of illegal drugs and corruption laid low for a while, only to resurface as still with us. And make no mistake about it, corruption is but another term of stealing people's money, dashing in its wake a nation's goals and aspirations. Due to the brilliant programs and excellent work of our economic managers and the extraordinary cooperation between the executive and legislative branches of government, our economy with investor confidence was poised to leapfrog from the company into the company of the world's fastest growing economies until COVID-19 pandemic stalled everything. Be that as it may, allow me this opportunity to extend my personal and the nation's gratitude to all those who selflessly gave their all in the fight against COVID-19, our health workers and other frontliners who risk their own safety. To keep our essential health services and our food supply chain running, boosting the economy activity and ensure peace and order in our communities. I would like also to extend my deepest appreciation for the generosity of the private sector who came to the government's aid in fighting COVID-19. I am profoundly thankful for your sustained assistance to fellow Filipino. And amidst the same deleterious effect of the pandemic to respective industries, let me assure you that the government is committed to assess the private sector to regain the commercial vibrance of the country prior to the pandemic. To our local executives, this pandemic pushed you to step up and deliver responsive assistance. I'm glad to have seen you undertake new and heightened responsibility, working doubly hard to protect your constituents. To the international development partners who extended a helping hand amidst the global health emergency, the Philippines remembers your kindness and goodwill with sincere gratitude. And to all of you who answered the call to protect one another by adhering to our nation's protocols, daghang salamat. But then,
Senator
let
River
me ask,
Hunters.
perhaps you and to myself, what exactly is the state of the nation today? In the light of the pandemic which has paralyzed business activities and crippled even the strongest world's economies. So, where do we go from here? Looking back to our accomplishments. In my first Sona, I laid down with utmost commitment and resolve the overall direction of my presidency. A comfortable life for all Filipinos anchored on a people-centered approach to development and governance. If I remember correctly, my administration, I said, will implement a human approach to development governance in our
Shout out
people's
Kling si ako kulpal.
welfare in the areas
Tiger
of
virus shout
health,
out.
free education, adequate food and housing, environmental preservation, and respect for the culture. I bore no illusions that steering a nation towards a comfortable life for every Filipino would be easy. Indeed, the past 5 years have truly been challenging and humbling. I stand here before you today bearing no conceit, but if there is one thing that I could be proud of, is that not once did I waver in doing the unpopular, even if it meant upholding the greatest good for the greatest number. Before I took office, our country was beset with communist insurgency scattered across the nation. A separatist movement that sought to divide us on the basis of religion and religion's deficiencies,
Pinpichipo.
and the proliferation of illegal drugs and criminality. Our armed forces were ill-equipped to deal with internal and external threats, while the police force had been overwhelmed by criminality and the drug trade problem. This is why I made it a priority to strengthen the institution boost the morale of the men and women of the armed forces of the Philippines and the Philippine National Police and other armed services. Again, I thank Congress for working with the Executive Department in enhancing capabilities of the AFP and PNP through our modernization program. In 2018, we raised the salaries of our military and uniformed policemen and personnel to a level commensurate to the critical role they play in upholding national security and maintaining order. I am asking Congress to pass a unified system of separation, retirement, and pension of military and uniformed personnel to maintain government fiscal flexibility and provide adequate benefits and remuneration to our men and women in uniform. This shall apply only to the new entrants of the military and civil. Hindi ho lahat. Cannot be that we have to pay so many, even the salaries of the retired. They get a chunk of the big budget.
Non-uniform.
The new entrants, the funds available for them would not be enough. It is also high time for us to pass a law providing free legal assistance to AFP and PNP officers, enlisted personnel. To help them from charges arising from incidents related to the performance of official duty. The continuous upgrading of our defense capability shall ensure that we shall uphold our territorial integrity and sovereignty from external and security threats among the new additions. We welcome the country's 2 missile-capable warships to enable us to protect our seas by providing them with necessary equipment, by enhancing their professional capabilities, and looking after the families of the soldiers who would not be longer be in their company. We do not only strengthen our military and police institutions, we also inspire them to serve this nation with the highest degree of loyalty and patriotism. We enable them to carry out their mandate to defeat all enemies of the state, whatever the cost. Indeed, I am proud of the accomplishments of our troops in securing our nation against all threats to our democratic institution. But peace must be realized. Peace and security is not only just a military concern. That is why we
Orchid
deviated
Mong shout out of
from the
Australia,
traditional
YouTube Live.
purely military approach in dealing with matters of national security. With the creation of the National Task Force to End Communist Armed Conflict, or NTF-LCAC, we have made good strides in addressing the root causes of this conflict by empowering our kababayans who have been used by the communists for many decades. In our continuing effort to build state of safe and conflict-resilient barangays, we have worked towards the sustainable rehabilitation and development of communities where the communists used to operate. Through the NTF-LCAC, we invested in farm-to-market roads, school buildings, water and sanitation, health stations, and livelihood. Alam mo, kasali na tayo dito lahat. Always, every law or every regulation must pass Congress, of course, to the President. But sometimes, you know, in our, in the performance of our duties, we encounter
Shout out Raquel
the not
Sarito
so
from
nice of
Cyprus.
confronting each other. But because of these interventions, more than 70 former 70,000, 17, I'm sorry, former communist rebels have surrendered to government. They have returned to the folds of the law and are happily reintegrating programs or their local eclipse. It's either I am talking too fast or too slow, or the operator of this thing here is drowsy.
Pwede mo yung pag-ano, yung sabihin ko pag yung mute yan.
Maybe because I had so many ad-libs along the way. Marami akong akin lang. Kaya yung nahinto ako when I stop and I'm process something in the gray matter between my ears. Hindi humahabol o hindi alam ng operator. Hindi bale, ma'am. Mahal pa rin kita. Lalaki ba ito o yung mga babae? Kagabi yung mga babae. Sila? Sabihin mo sa kanila, magipagkita ako maya. I will embrace
Cool
them
Pal
for
Inday
their
shout out. Live ako ngayon sa YouTube.
punctuality in
Cool Pal
operating
Inday. Latigo
this,
News TV.
you know, this strange machine that gives you the
Live po
speech.
tayo sa Facebook ngayon tsaka sa YouTube.
With the support of our local
Latigo
government
News
units,
TV.
I am confident
Shout
that
out
support
Violeta
for the communist
Taganas.
movement will continue to erode in the next few months. Unlike the decades-old Moro rebellion in Mindanao, we also bring an end to the armed struggle of the communists once and for all. Sa totoo lang, itong komunista, college pa ako. Hanggang ngayon, ang mga sige pa rin. So, speech mo lang ito, kunwari lang, pero ang totoo, there's a lot of fighting going on in the countryside. But I'd like to credit the police and the military for destroying so many communist fronts. I think they have destroyed more than 15 apparatus or the fronts of
Willie
the
Kalingasan, shout
Communist
out.
Party of the Philippines. Alam mo, mag-istorya muna tayo sa taxation. I'd like to be frank with you. Everybody, as everybody in this country are paying taxes to the communists. The Communist Party earns billions, but pass on a little to their fighting men who die for an ideology that is so rotten and corrupt. They themselves are pocketing the money, and their children are studying in Europe and in other places, which I think none of you here can finance such journey. Yan ang masakit dito. They collect taxes, support season in Netherlands, and they do nothing but bad-mouth government and mouth war dogmas and everything. Hindi na sila nagpagod. It's about 53 years in the making. And until today, the poor people are dying. The cadres, and most of them belonging to the indigenous tribes of our country, are fighting a losing battle between communists and the government. They waste lives, they enlist children, and they are proud of it, but they deny it. But when you go to the mountains, such as I and Senator go many times, even during the elections, they were there with so many arms that I think somebody, an idiot here in the Philippines, supplied the firearms. I'd like to ask Congress, especially Senator Bato, kindly dig on, because we have identified the person who imported the AK-47 into this country on the pretext of using it in the security, providing security and guards
Wing Leal, shout out.
in all, in business establishments, and for those who can afford their home. This policeman, I think, is still there. He was a colonel, and she is still, walang nangyari. At maraming sundalong namatay dahil sa mga armas na pinasok nila dito sa Pilipinas. So that my orders to you, if you see them walking around, kindly shoot them
Giselle
dead.
Tamayo, shout out.
I would be happy. Anyway, you're already charged in the ICC together with me. So what is the problem of adding another one? Another idiot Filipino who has caused great damage to our country. Yan ho ang totoo dyan. At itong mga pulis, but let me go back in time. When I first said I will fight drugs in 6 months, I thought it was like in Davao. You can either coerce, intimidate, or bribe them, or give them money. I said, lumabas kayo ng Davao, doon kayo magkalat sa
Mirai,
Luzon
yan nagida,
at sa
shout
ibang
out.
lugar. Huwag dito sa Davao. Naniniwala naman ang mga ulol at we were able to attain a sense of normalcy in the city. Yun ho ang totoo. There are people charged with corruption and even going to prison for just maybe not telling the
Vice
truth
Lady.
in their assets and liabilities. Nakukulong. Itong mga police were doing their thing,
Chipo, yeah.
their drugs.
Patience
They
siya.
were the manufacturers
Tama yan.
and they were the distributor of drugs. When I became president, I asked De La Rosa, he was the chief of police of my city. I promoted him direct to being PNP chief. 4-star na kaagad automatic. But I told him and the others, look for the enemies. Look for where they are. And if you find them, destroy the apparatus. Destroy all, from the manufacturers to the peddlers, because we are fighting a drug war that was being participated in the business by 9 generals of the PNP.
Wow.
Kaya yan ang sakit sa loob ko. I did not know that I was fighting my own government. Customs and everyone else were facilitating the importation of drugs. And
9 generals, mga
one
kaibigan.
importation, as you can see it every
Involved
night
sa illegal
on
ng droga.
TV, the police now sees about almost $1 billion worth of drugs every day. And if you look at the 888, there are about 1,000 Filipinos arrested every day by the police in connection with drug trafficking. And that is why I go crazy looking at the situation. They are still around. We do not have the laboratories now because nawala na sila. At itong naiwan ngayon are doing the importation. The citizens of another country cook their shabu in their tugboat or something, and they threw out the product contained in the plastic bags and with GPS attached to the contraband so that the importers could find them easily. That is how we are fighting, almost losing a battle against drugs. And now, the Sinaloa gangsters of Mexico and the triad of Laos in that area. They are busy cooking, and we have the Filipinos here with nothing in their mind except to destroy a nation, distributes them. That is what I said. I've been asked the question, and several times I gave the answer. I am a Filipino, and I love my country. I do not want my country in disarray because of drugs. I do not want families break up and become dysfunctional. Yun ang masakit sa akin. If you want to destroy a family,
Raise
look for
Pablo
a
Vlog,
way
shout out.
of the member or a resident of that family home. Biglang mga droga. Pag nandiyan na yung droga at they are hooked, and that is the end. Sometimes families are separated because of drugs, becomes dysfunctional, at yung mga masawa magpunta doon sa abroad, ika nga, to look for jobs. And you know, in the Middle East, I am not attributing it to any particular country, but there are tribes in the Middle East who are employing our Filipinas citizens, and they are uniformed. Everybody who comes here home asks them how many hours of sleep they have. They said it's only 3 to 4 hours. And the food is hagwas. And the sacrifice because they send money to the families back home. And thinking all the time that the money was spent usefully, only to realize when she comes home that that family has already dispersed to nowhere. Bakit yan? Because itong mga drogista sa baba, itong peddlers, itong basurero, tawag, sa street lingo, they look for families
Wilma Panganiban, shout out.
na may mga nanay, tatay nagtrabaho, ang tatay or nanay nagtatrabaho sa abroad. And to think na iniiwan nila ang mga anak nila kung saan-saan na lang to their neighbors at the tender age of 3 to 4,
Leia, shout
5.
out.
It breaks your heart. Iiwan lang nila sa kapitbahay kung walang mga relatives. And then, when they come back 5 years up, 4 years after, they now realize that their young sons and daughters have gone into prostitution because of drugs. And their boys or their the male are nowhere to be found and into the drug business also. Yun ang pinakamasakit. Masakit sa akin na ang Pilipina pumunta doon para magtrabaho because sexual abuse in some tribes in the Middle East have this notion that if you are a slave or you are a paid person working for them, sexual abuse becomes part of the territory. Kaya dyan ako pumuputok.
Miss Bibilab, shout out.
Nakakita ko yung mga pamilya na sira. And to think that they labored without sleep, eating, I said, garbage, and not being allowed to go to their own church to pray, well, that is prohibited by them. And we have been, just because of their money that they get, we just look the other way around, but still being, bothered every night, and what will happen to the next succeeding group of. That is why I have in this speech, I talk about slavery. Pero yan, pagprangka ako, I will never deny, and the ICC can record it. Those who destroy my country, I will kill you. And those who destroy the young people of our country, I will kill you. Talagang nangyariin ito because I love my country. You can do it the legal way, but it would take you months and years. And you know what? The statistics I just learned the other night, that plenty of those who are in the middle class have been released from prison despite the fact that they are charged of trafficking, which is non-bailable, and most of them are out. Babae pati lalaki ang kaso. And that is why I said, I toyed with the idea. I said, if there is still space, with due respect to the Senate President, he is a good man. He can become a good Vice President. He is holy. Ngayon, hindi na siya nahuhuli. Noon, huling-huli siya. But with due respect to Senator Soto, who's also running for the Vice Presidency, he is a capable man, a good man, and a Filipino. Sige ako tingin sa harap na dito para sa likod ko. You know, you are old. I've been in politics, mayor for 23 years. 5 years as a congressman dito. I work here. And 4 years working as vice mayor for my daughter, Sarah. And the presidency. I have been in politics almost 23 plus 4 plus 4. Almost 40. Kaya hindi ko na malaman ang seat arrangement dito. Hindi ko alam na doon pa ang mga Senate President pati. Butit na lang hindi ko sinali si Velasco. Baka hindi na ako makabalik doon maya. Bale, diretso na ako uwi. I have said many times
Chris
before,
Pablo Bla.
the bloodshed caused by the separatist movement in Mindanao is all about correcting the historical injustice suffered by the Moro people. Since the period of colonialization, with the help of Congress, we were able to pass the organic law for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao.
Human trafficking, wala na lusot si Norman Mangusin. Sabi ni Grace Pablo Bla.
Finally fulfilling a promise that was decades in the making. Our victory in Marawi is also a testament to how the Filipinos' patriotism is far stronger than any extremist group. As I have said before many times, there is no room for lawlessness in this country. rebuilding a better Marawi remains today still not completed. To Task Force Bangon Marawi, we need to race against time, and you have to finish the necessary work for to rehabilitate the war-torn city and bring back its families back home. Now, let me talk again about the drugs. I was just ahead.
Shout out, Ma'am Sinta
I was
Domingo.
talking something else.
Share po natin itong live natin sa
Nag-segue ako.
Facebook at saka
While
sa
we have
YouTube.
made great strides in ending rebellion
This is the
and
last
insurgency in
Sona
various
of
parts of the
our
country,
beloved
we still
President,
have long way in our fight
Rodrigo
against the
Duterte.
proliferation of drugs. This problem has hounded our country for several decades,
Shout out,
destroying
Sinta
families
Domingo.
and
Ulsang
degrading the moral
Ortega
fiber
Paloma, shout out.
of our society. When the assumed office, I committed to end this problem at the soonest possible time. We launched an unprecedented war against illegal drugs and to destroy their apparatus. That permitted every level and sector of society. We wage war on the manufacturers, the financiers, the suppliers, the peddlers, and the entire syndicates, and more importantly, their protectors in government. We have rescued and reformed drug dependence because of their idiotic sense of decency. While interventions and
Shout out,
building
Mayang
facilities
Francisco.
not only for the rehabilitation, but also to prepare them to reintegrate into society. Our
Share niyo po
unyielding
ito kasi Sona po ito ng ating
campaign
Pangulo.
led to the surrender of millions of drug
Para marami yung
dependents
makapanood, hindi na nila kailangan manood sa telebisyon.
Capture and prosecution of thousands of drug personalities. The dismantling of illegal drugs and syndicates and the drug laboratories, the extensive drug communities down to the barangay level, and the cutting of narco politics. You know, allow me a little bit of your time. Wala naman siguro kayong lakad ngayon. Unless na, no, you want to, unless you have this appointment with, I'm sure hindi babae yan. That would be a sexist statement. Kung nagmamadali talaga, halos tumatakbo, babae yan. Kung naglalakad lang na natural, medyo less important yan. Ganon yan. Pero dito wala. I'm not making any sexist. I'm just saying the truth. What is the truth? It's there for all to see. Let me talk about our quest for infrastructure development. 5 years ago, the first thing I made sure was to increase our infrastructure spending to an average of 5% of the country's GDP. This is significantly higher than infrastructure spending of each and past 4 administrations. Thanks to the comprehensive tax reform program
Shout out.
that enabled us to fund critical infrastructure projects, today we can see the tangible results all around. MRT-3, with its frequent breakdowns and unloading of passengers mid-rail, was a horror. That was for the daily commuters to endure in the past. Now, MRT-3 no longer unloads passengers but to their destination.
Rosalie Bernardo, sino ba susunod na Pangulo?
The waiting time between trains had been significantly reduced to 10 trains running at only 30 kilometers per hour before Now MRT runs 23 trains at 60 kilometers per hour. We have taken away the misery of public commuting. We also pursue the completion of the LRT to East Extension Project by extending Line 2 and adding 2 more stations. We have reduced travel time between Manila and Antipolo from the usual 2 to 3 hours to only just 40 minutes. Thanks to our partnership with the private sector, we are able to open Stage 3 of the Metro Manila Skyway in January this year. This decongested EDSA and other major roads in Metro Manila. On Independence Day last month, we also inaugurated the Kalayaan Bridge, part of the BGC Ortigas Centerlink project, which will reduce the usual 1 hour travel
Leia,
time
shout out.
between the
Leia
two
Bautista, shout out.
business districts
BBM
in just
Duterte.
12 minutes. Beyond Metro Manila, we are pursuing several high-impact projects that will be completed within my term and perhaps in the following years. It's a question of money. Just this July, we inspected the newly built passenger
Sintok Mingawa,
terminal
shout out.
building of the Clark International Airport. The new and modern passenger terminal is equipped with the latest state-of-art technology. This can accommodate 8 million passengers, alleviate air traffic congestion at the Naya Airport, as well as serve a major growth driver and gateway to northern and central Luzon. Madali man magpakpak, ang basa ang mahirap. To help promote equitable development, we also completed several roads leading to important trade corridors. Last year, we completed the construction of the Poro Point Free Port Zone Road in La Union, which
Shout out City
improved
Mingawa. Thank you. Philippine Walk with
Nakita na ninyo yan?
RR.
Wala. Sige lang pakpak. You don't even have a picture of what I'm talking about, I'm sure. To improve access to prime spots for investment tourism in the Poro Point area. We also completed the junction Lanao-Pagadian Zamboanga City Road, which will provide easier access to farms and easily transport their agricultural products at low cost and in great quantities to industries and economic zones located in Diplahan, Zamboanga, Sibugay.
Philippine Walk with RR. Shout out.
The Sorsogon City in Bicol, inuna namin yan kasi mahal ko ang mga Bicolano. Pangangatawan ninyo yung pakpak ninyo ha. Baka the Sorsogon City Coastal Pass-by Road is targeted completion by the end of 2021, while the Davao City Coastal Road will be completed by 2023. Bakit? Why? Why is Davao last? Kasi sinabi ko sa kanila, unahin ninyo yung buong Pilipinas during the initial years of my presidency, I told the economic managers and the DPWH, pati si Art Tugade sa transportation, unahin ninyo ang Luzon at ibang areas sa Mindanao. Do not look into the political entrails of this city and other provinces. Sinadya ko talaga na ipanghuli ang Davao. Kaya for the Davaoenos, you must understand that we cannot really unahin natin yung, kasi taga dyan ako eh. Kung hindi ako sigurado taga Davao, tapos na yan, pareho ng iba. Kaya lang sinabi ko, make Davao the last priority. At, totoo yan. Sorsogon is little politics, but that's the territory of our Vice President, Lene Robredo. Are you here, ma'am? Zoom. Meron ho kayong Sorsogon at iba pa. We have inaugurated new highways and roads.
Orchid Mo, shout out sa'yo. Andiyan ka pa ba?
Brought both new trains.
Lea Bautista, City Mingoa.
That we have greatly eased the grueling
Sara BBM,
experience of
super
traveling
lakas
and
dito sa
commuting.
Brunei.
And to sustain our momentum in infrastructure development, I have directed DPWH, DTR, NEDA, Department of Finance,
Kyoko Aurora ng
DBM,
Japan, shout out
to be on
sa'yo.
full speed.
Smiley
Ensure
Shine
that
Matigas, shout
our
out.
flagship project
Ayan,
will be
Orchid Mo ka,
completed
naka-subscribe,
within my term,
share.
especially those that could help disperse economic activity outside of
Share po
densely
ito kasi ito nga
populated
zona ni Pangulo.
Metro Manila. I thus earnestly call upon our LGU and private sector partners to help us speed and go full
Thank you, Ma'am Orchid Mo
the
ka.
earliest
Until the end.
realization towards our flagship project, infrastructure, and others. Let me dwell about governance. As we improve the connectivity, we work towards greater convenience for our travelers. We have extended the validity of the Philippine passport to 10 years to lessen the burden of our traveling travelers.
Shout out, Ma'am
and
Yolanda
OFW.
Shuji na Japan.
We have also gone beyond
Mary Jean
merely
Ito,
addressing the 3
Teresita
million
Yaginuma.
backlog of the driver's licenses in 2016. We also extended
Rosalie Bernardo,
for the
shout out.
new cards the validity of the driver's license to 5 years, and addedly, we shall begin the issuance of these driver's licenses within 10 years, which would be good for 10 years if there is no traffic violation. So, punta ko doon sa LTO, maybe you have a good sight. Merong ano yan eh. I think there's an examination there
Ayan,
somewhere
Rose, shout out sa'yo.
to test your
Live po
ability
tayo
to
sa
drive
Facebook at
safely.
YouTube.
And you go back 10 years after, and you think that you still have the good side, and your reflexes are still good. 10 years, marami yung banggaan yan. Sigurado ako. You know, after 10 years, after 5, there should be a stricter measure to by imposing stringent requirements to test the essential functions of eyesight, then the hearing. Yung iba, hindi na nakakarinig ng serbato.
Backlog extended, ano?
So, I
Yung
have
mga hindi
to,
nagawang project.
you know,
Driver
10 years is too
license,
long.
ano?
I like it. It's good. But we should have, as I said, in 5 years, we should go there for a medical makeover. Tingnan lang
Yun,
kung
maganda
kaya
mga
ba.
kaibigan na gawa ni Pangulo, ano? 10 years validity ng passport, 5 years validity ng driver's license.
Not only did we extend the validity of the licenses and passports, we also sought to make long lines a thing of the past. By streamlining government processes, these efforts are embodied in the Ease of Doing Business Act, which Congress passed on 2018. Thank you, Congress.
Galing. Malakpak Pangulo, ha?
Sa inyo yun. Ako ang nagpirma pala. Ako nag-execute. Pakpak rin kayo. Dapat ganun ang Sona.
President
Sabihin mo
Batuigas,
lahat.
sige naman shout out. Francisca
At sabihin
Bundalian,
mo na
shout out.
your, not really your qualms, but your misgivings somewhere there. Transactions will be further streamlined with the rollout
Baka
of the
maabot
Philippine
yan bago end of
Identification System or the PhilSy
term ni
to the
Digo.
Philippine Identification System Act with this. We hope to facilitate the better access, better services and
Ayan, no?
access for all
Yamin
Filipinos.
Lice, ano? May new passport,
even
10
in the
years
far-flung
validity, no?
areas. I want to say something about this, but I'm taking too long, you know. We also ensured the modification of the salary schedule for civilian government personnel through the salary standardization law 5. A necessary measure for our civil servants to recognize their work and
Grabe, ano?
accomplishment, as well as a gesture of gratitude and goodwill. We have this legacy, and we hope to pass on this establishment of central business portal, single site, and for all business-related
Sa bago ngayon, sa renewal,
such as
10 years
securing
na, no?
business permits,
Passport, grabe.
licenses, and clearances, and launch
Ang driver's
areas
license,
disease.
ilan? 5?
It shall be elevated with a global standing
Magiging 10 years din.
business arena and improve our country's
Pero yung passport, 10 years na, eh.
Alam mo ito, yung queuing. When I was a mayor, I don't know, but maybe
Grabe, ano? Yan ang mga magagandang nagawa ni Duterte, ano?
Senator or a congressman.
Passport, 10 years.
Well, not
Grabe.
really.
Driver's license, 5 years.
He's higher than the others. But kung dumaan ka as a local government employee worker, just like me, for 23 years, itong queuing, matagal ko na ito. In Davao, ang
Big videos, 10 years na ang driver's license. 10 years na yata ang driver's license ba? O pasok na ba? O ano?
Motor ako, nakita ko yung mga paa sa simento.
Parating pa lang. No?
So I was thinking, ano nangyari dito?
Yes, Lea Bautista, my friend, you're still watching. Okay.
Bakit dito kayo natutulog?
So, yung 10 years sa passport, sa driver's license, wala pa. Ongoing yung 10 years.
Pagbukas niyan, kailangan
Grabe, ano?
pila na kami. Pag hindi, sunod.
Talagang nakakatuwa, no? Yan ang political will.
So, I called for the chief of office. And I said, look, I may not be the person above you supervising, but make sure that this thing will not happen tomorrow. As in tomorrow. Tapos tinawagan ko
Oh, wow. Di ba? Mariana Rosa,
itong ano,
10
sabi
taon
ko,
na
why don't
passport
you
mo.
give
Galing, galing.
cards?
Di ba?
Kung
Hindi ka
marami sila
maabala.
paglinya, may maglakad na martial o ito, ikaw bukas at 4 p.m. So you have to
Sa OFW yung mga 10 years,
study the
ano.
time and motion of people
Sa driver's
doing work.
license, from 5 years,
Sabi ko,
magiging 10 years na
ayaw ko
daw.
dito sa
Oo,
Davao.
tama.
Because Davao, Mindanao,
Sa mga regular natin, 5 years lang, ano.
sa
Oo.
Davao ang ano ang
Fixed videos, 10
issuances
years
ng
na ang sa
passport.
akin. Kaka-renew
So
lang
ngayon,
last 3 years ago.
pagka-presidente
Wow.
ko, sabi ko, ayaw ko nang makita
Political
yan.
will.
Not
Raquel Sarito,
during my
laking
time.
tipid sa aming mga
Not
OFW.
during my
Laking
time.
tipid talaga at laki hindi
Maghanap ka ng
abala.
ibang panahon. Ayusin ninyo yan. I do not want people queuing under the heat of the sun and rain. Kaya, sabi ko, di magbigay kayo ng card. They should go to one window, magkuha kayo kung kailan sila makabalik. So divide.
Tsaka galit sa yung patatagalin mo yung mga permit.
time.
Yan kagandahan kay Duterte.
And the
Ayaw niya yung
motion of,
pinapabalik-balik
the process of, andito nangyari na because I insisted. Today there is no more queuing, especially in the National Office, Statistics Office.
OFW, inuuna sa 10 years. Yung mga regular kami, 5 years
Talagang,
lang eh.
Sabi ko na, either you fix the thing,
Yan, Rose, napakaganda pa po,
or
Sir
I
Mar,
will
dahil
resign tomorrow
i-deliver
because I
pa
could
sa
not
house
bear
yung
to
kahit
see those
online.
ones.
Very good
Hindi sa
talaga.
panahon ko,
Oo.
kung hindi ko madala.
O saka,
Hindi
Amore,
ko man kayo
driver
mapatay,
license ay kailangan
hindi
na
ko kayo
walang
mabugbog.
kaso sa
Ako ang
pag-drive.
alis sa gobyerno.
You must have 10 years driver's license. Oo.
Ayusin ninyo yan.
Walang kaso.
Hindi ko gustong makita yan. Since 2016, the Office of the President has issued 138 executive orders, 43 administrative orders, 86 memorandum circulars, 52 memorandum orders, and 1,038 proclamations. These issuances have been integral guideposts government administration and development agenda. The Office of the President has demonstrated careful stewardship
Diyan minahal si
of the
Duterte sa
power
mga ganyang mga
by
patakaran niya.
initiating reforms. We upgraded and
OFW
improved the
eh.
system and process
Laking
sets to
tipid,
ensure
hindi abala.
that it can provide the best service to the
Ayun,
institution
pila-pila yung you are
of
under the sun.
presidency and the offices under it, ultimately
Para lamang sa
to the
passport, hindi
Filipino
maganda.
people.
Kaya ayaw niya
Further
ng ganun.
promote transparency and accountability in government. We also issue the order
Bawas
of
kurap
the
kasi yan eh,
freedom
pag
of
10 years eh.
information
Kasi
and
pag
opens the record
every
of
5 years ka
transaction,
babalik-balik doon eh.
decision issuances of all
Dalawang
government
beses ka
agencies.
maglalagay.
In relation to this, we have also Presidential Anti-Corrupt Commission that is tasked to run after corrupt and erring government officials and bring them to justice. Alam mo, I don't know if you perhaps have come to know about this. I have yung pastillas sa airport. There were 43 personnel involved. I fired them all.
Yeah. Pero si Dayago naman, dati 5 years, pero ngayon 10 years na. Yan.
Nagbalot mga ako ng
Kahit sa
pera
Japan, 10 years din bago
pastillas.
magpalit. Wow.
Sabi ko magbalot ka, lagyan mo ng pera.
Diba?
Kaya
10 years
ito
na
ang
binigay.
ipakain
Ano?
ko sa kanila.
Emerald Canton, shout out sa'yo.
43 of them from the immigration. Mabutit na lang nandyan si Justice Secretary Guevara. So,
Galing talaga.
that prevented me from doing it because kung hindi siya dumating, and I never expected him to be there, bigyan ko isa't isa yung papel at ipakain ko talaga yung pera sa kanila. Gusto mo ng pera, kainin mo. That is the best way of, then you fire them. Customs 73 plus 42.
Gibara yan.
And every day you have we have dismiss about 200 government personnel. But
We approve,
some I did
bill
not
to promote transparency and
allow
accountability.
the
Yan ang maganda.
publication because may
Transparency and
mga pamilya
accountability. Isang batas.
so of late yung sabi nila na wag na lang kasi nasasaktan yung mga so ngayon wala na. I've stopped it, but there is no saying that we cannot reimpose it again for all of these idiots. I still have about a year to go. I will reach you somehow. But corruption is endemic in government. You cannot stop corruption. Nobody can stop corruption unless you overturn government completely.
Oo,
If
yun
I
yung
were
maganda
the
kay
next
Duterte, yung mga
president,
programa na yan talaga.
if you think that there's really a need for you to change everybody in the system, then you declare martial law and fire everybody and allow the new generation to come in to work for government. Kung hindi mo ganunin, walang mangyari.
Oo.
Nandyan, it's in the system. Kagaya ng drugs. Sino ba naman maniwala na 9 generals sa police were into trafficking of drugs?
9 general protector ng droga,
And
nako.
because they are policemen, the charges simply just, disobeyed. Because the prosecution, the investigation, which form part of the vital documents in court, wala, nobody was investigating because they are also policemen. Kaya yan kahirap ang kaya gusto mo, itong mga to, talagang the only way to do it, just call them and
Dahil
say,
fans ni
look for another
Pangulong
job.
Duterte,
Don't.
Kami naka-live.
Ganun kahirap. Now, let me pursue
Kamay na bakal
my
ang
talk
tawag
with
yan.
the foreign policy.
Political
of the
will.
In the international arena, we have vigorously pursued an independent foreign policy centered,
Yes,
and
Miss Bibila.
centered on the promotion and protection of our core national interests. Yet,
Oo.
sigurado kayo sa pinakpakan ninyo?
Oo. Dati, Bulgarian ng droga,
just laying
sipin
the
mo, 9
predicate of
generals,
what I'm going to say.
Patong,
Yet, we continue. I will just give the cue, then you clap your hands.
Daming mayor na namatay
If I-
sa panahon ni Digong, Mga kalatigo,
Biro lang yan,
mga
Yet we
protector
continue
na
to
mga
work
mayor.
with all
Allegedly,
nations and seek
daming
partnerships
napatay.
that work. Because despite differences, it is an independent world where interests and objectives intersect.
Paknek
Now,
Media Patrol, sarap.
partners heretofore silent for equivocal reasons have expressed their principled positions that echo our own. That disputes and contested areas, the majesty of the law must prevail, and this is most welcome. To our friends in ASEAN and around the world, thank you for supporting my government, my country and people, where it truly matters. I assure you that the Philippines will remain a responsible member of the international community. And we will work with you to achieve our shared objectives. But make no mistake, rather. Gone are the days when the Philippines decides and acts in the shadows of the great powers. We will assert what is rightfully ours and fight for what is rightfully due to the Filipino people.
We pursue an independent foreign policy centered on our national interests.
We do not have any Sona every day.
Teresita, batiin sa
Now
ginawa
it's
sa
as
Japan,
good as
the
any
best
other
ang
time
political kasi
Just let it
ang
out
magnanakaw
from
at nabibisto,
puso mo.
nagpapakamatay na sila.
This is why we sent back container vans of garbage because our country is not a dump site. And the first country to do that, hindi ko alam kung bakit, ang Canada. And the container was there for 3 years because hindi alam ng port authorities kung anong gawain nila sa garbage. And I said, isauli mo. I want it done tomorrow. Those containers must be out of our country. Pag hindi, kayong lahat, all of you in Costa, I'll fire you. That is a good ground for dismissing people for accepting the garbage. Kaya, may isa pa. Pero let you in this story. The Balingiga bell. We welcome back the bells of Balingiga after many decades because a historic wrong needed to be corrected. The deal was, I would say, I am in bad faith. Sigurado yan. I will admit it. But this is the real story. The Americans, former soldiers, war veterans, went to see me. I think it was in Aguinaldo, and some military men. And in no uncertain terms, they said that you have been invited by Trump to go to America. Have you decided to go there? I said, no. Why? Because I do not like
Orchid
the way
Mong,
that you
shout
are
out.
treating my country.
Ma'am Yolanda
Why?
Shirley, shout
I
out
said,
in
for
Japan.
one, and there was the clamor now of Balingiga. You return the bells of Balingiga. So that's a war really sacred also to the soldier. Then it is more sacred to us. In addition to the religion, the Roman Catholic Filipino Church, the church. Sabi nila, why would to make a deal? Si Hogan, he is around. He's a CIA agent.
Yeah, mabili lang galas ko kaya diyan ka lang.
Isauli namin.
Garbage because
pupunta
it's
ka.
not a dump site, no? Hindi
Because I
tapunan ng
said
Pilipinas.
earlier in my maybe presidency, there will never be a time that I will go to America. Itong mga media mahilag
Dragon Fighter, sir.
Ganon, bakit ka hindi punta? O arte mo lang yan. Sabi ko, then you watch me. Di gusto ninyong malaman. Sabi ko sa Amerika, yes, I might consider going to America. So well then. O sabi ko, work on it. Ano in just 2 months' time, they told me that the ship carrying the Balingiga bells are on their way. To deliver it to Quezon.
This we will
You
have
remove it,
so
you put it back there, kayo mismo. So tulong-tulong sila doon, nabalik na. When Hogan said, so when are you going to go to America? So I do not have the time. But I will go there. nung malapit na, hindi na talaga ako pumunta. Well, how about your promise? Well, I lost time to do it. I cannot do it now. Pero talaga, in my mind, and the Americans might know it, there was never in my mind a trip to America. Ngayong Balingiga, sabi ko, you massacred one barangay.
Thank you, Dragon
Baryo
Fighter. Share niyo po itong ating live.
Women and children
Facebook tsaka
and
YouTube
all.
ha. Para marami
Pinatay
makapanood.
nila lahat. Because that bell, Balingiga was used to call the people for prayers, ganon. Sa simbahan yun eh. So yung ginawa nila, every time it is used, the Americans knew that it has a great significance to the
Ma'am Yolanda
Filipinos,
Shuji, shout out.
the Balangiga. After the massacre of one barangay, how many at the time we would never know. But it was said, isang baryo.
Olympic sa Japan, ano?
No barangay ngayon. Baryo noon yan eh. Baryo is an American word. The barrio. They also call the small places in Mexico barrio. The Americans borrowed it from the Spaniards, barrio. So sabi ko, blood, you really got it at the expense of the blood of Filipinos. I do not hurry me up. If I go to America, it will be in my own time. Pero actually, wala ako. I have not been to America for almost 10 years, 22 years. I have not visited America and I do not have the intention of visiting it anymore.
Shout out Maridel Ayala mula sa Greece.
The heinous kafala system.
Shout out sa'yo, ma'am.
Ito ring isa. Because the Filipino is no slave unto anyone, anywhere. And there is no room for modern day slavery. We helped start a new global civil rights movement for the migrant worker. And we asserted the arbitration ruling on the South China Sea clearly and in no uncertain terms, bilaterally, and the ASEAN, and finally at the United Nations General Assembly. And let me talk about that. I said in the September of last year, the arbitral award is now part of the international law and beyond compromise and beyond the reach of the passing governments to dilute, to diminish, or abandon.
Really Ano yan?
That is the problem. We'd like to
Ipipiliin na sa loob, ano?
to everybody
nakasom.
in the Middle East. I would like to tell them that not only Filipinos but all human beings, the kafala has no place there because it's a setup for slavery. Either you correct it or we will ask our workers, Filipino workers, to go home. Sabi ko, bahala na. Kung mahirap lang kami dito, okay lang. We will try our very best to make up for what they have lost, what they will lose in the process. But we will never allow them to be slaves. But we need to do more with our partners.
Ja, Milaes, o
We
Henlaya,
continue
Miss
scaling
Pipila,
our
Emerald
maritime
Canto.
domain awareness, defense capabilities. Yet, we will not close our doors on diplomacy and the tongue, because that is how disputes are settled and never by force. Let me alam mo, I respect the opinion. You should be aware by now of how I talk, especially on matters of crucial matters that involves the country. Ito bang arbitral ruling? I've said it I think in the later part of the speech. I said that what's your problem in the arbitral ruling? America and some Filipinos, brilliant Filipinos, I would say, keep on pushing for something which I really do not know. I have made a speech before the UN. Nakasumplo rin, nandito lang ako. Hindi ako pumunta doon. But in that speech, I laid down the bare, sabi ko, ng ating administrasyon. Ano pa ang gusto ninyo? What will I do with a document that is not bind China because they were never a part of that arbitration? There was really no arbitration at all because it was only the Philippine side was served. Well and good. But ito ngayon, that there is the arbitral ruling, you know, I do not want to insult these people pushing me for something more than what I can handle. At anong gusto nila makipagira? Do something. What do something? Do you want war against China? Well, I'll tell you, even on the coast beach of Palawan, before you can take off, the missile of China would be there in about 5 or 10 minutes. It would be a massacre if I go and fight a war now. We are not yet a competent and able enemy of the other side. So what I did was I was just being nice to them. But for some people to say that I was helped by China in being president, these idiots, really. I will never do that. Hindi na bali ako, hindi ma-presidente, hindi talaga gagawin yan. To be, what? Receiving money from China to buy votes? They said that they help. Maybe in some Chinese communities, the gossip going around was that support Duterte. But the whole of the Chinese community in the Philippines went for me. Why? Kasi sa Davao nung mayor ako, ni minsan hindi ako tumatanggap baski Christmas gift. Dito dito sa Maynila, presidente ako ngayon. Maraming magpadala ng baril, kung ano dyan, gobset. Sabi ko, isauli mo yan. Yung mga relo, itong aking relo, it's IWC. This is only 300,000. But the patik that has come with me, sinauli ko talaga, return it. O pag hindi, itapon mo sa Pasig sa harapan nila. Hindi ako tinulungan ng China. Nag-usap kami ng China civilly, but after election. And after election, I was a good friend of presidency. Until now, when the pandemic struck, the first country I called for help was China. President Xi, sabi ko, President, we have no vaccination program here because we do not have the vaccines. We have not been able to invent one. We might have a hard time. He said, no, it's okay, we'll send you. And he sent us, donated about 1,500,000 of vaccines. Ganon, kaya sabi ko, ako, lalo na kami mga Bisaya, mabigat sa amin yan, for us Bisayans, yung utang na loob, mabigat talaga yan. Hindi mo mabayaran ng ano, pero pag may utang na loob ako sa iyo, you can be sure that I will
Yan ang maganda sa tao.
be your friend, a true friend, and die for you. Pero ito, China mag-die, bakit ako magpakamatay dyan? Sundalo ko, ubusin ko. How can we fight China? Do we have the weapons? Do we have the everything? Now comes America. They say that if the attack is against the Philippines, they will defend. But they issued a statement that America does not meddle in conflicts involving the boundaries of other nations. And if America has to go to war, you would have to go to Congress to get, American Congress to get that authority to go to war. That is why many presidents, hindi na lang, it was just not an error, a mistake, a malicious mistake. No president has ever been punished for being, attacking nations, getting into a fight with nothing. And if they come here, well, ang problema kasi nandito na yung balingiga. Sa uli na lang natin, uli. Maybe I'll just return and pag ito it's no big deal to hear the bells. Ring it until you die. Fulfilling my promise to our coconut farmers and the Filipino people, my administration has worked with Congress to pass the Coconut Farmers and Industry Trust Fund Act. We have returned also the cocoa levy funds to its true and rightful owners, our coconut farmers. The fund is now worth estimated to be 75 billion, which will be utilized according to the plans and programs in the Coconut Farmers and Industry Development Plan for the direct benefit of the coconut farmers and the development of the coconut industry. In our effort to ensure that food is within reach to every Filipino family, we work for the passage of the rice tariffication law in 2019, despite pushbacks. This resulted in the stabilization of rice supply and food prices and the proceeds from the tariffs that enabled us to provide our farmers with modern machineries that increase their yield and sustaining growth agricultural production. We also fulfilled our promise to improve free irrigation. That was the first promise I made in San Miguel, Bulacan when I was campaigning. The farmers invited me to go into the farms inside San Miguel, Bulacan. And we had a sort of meeting, and the first thing that
Thank
they were
you,
complaining
classmate
about
Nim Patakasa.
was
Sintak
the
Mingawa.
severity of the irrigation that they have to pay 5,000 every month, every year. So sabi ko, I will work on it. Free Irrigation Service Act of 2018 is a product that now lowers the cost of agricultural production, especially for poor farmers. We also work to ensure that households have adequate supply of clean water, potable and affordable water. It's more than a commodity. It is vital. It is a vital public good. This is why I used my political capital to fight vested interest behind disadvantageous water service contracts that burden consumers with unjustified water rights prices increases with the signing of this concession water agreements. Concessioners, consumers will be protected at least until 2037. Ganito yan eh. There is this concessionaire, dalawa. Ayoko na lang mag-ano. I will not mention names. Pero this is really what happened. Ang dalawang concessionaires, one in the south and the other one is north. As the rich cartel dito sa Southeast Asia, ang kinakapture nila ang electricity pati tubig. Dito sa tubig, in this contract with water concessionaires, we made so many concessions that really, sabi ko, if you look at the contract and look at the anti-graft law, talagang it's all anti-graft. All of the sentences, even the period, and question mark there. Bakit? Sila walang problema sa tax because the people, consumers, will pay the taxes for them. Sila kung malugi, sabi na, hindi nila kasalanan, and I can think of it, through not of their own fault, sabi doon, bayaran natin sila malugi. We pay for the tax corporation nila. At sila ang mag-decide kung i-increase nila o i-decrease nila ang water prices. The regulators, itong mga regulators sa Pilipinas, walang magawa and they acceded to the contract. It was really, I do not know how to put it. Kaya ako pardon, di ba nagmura ako? Sabi ko, biro mo kung malugi sila, babayaran pa natin. Tayo ang corporate tax nila. Tayo ang magbayad. And it's a cartel that service concessionaires are part of the cartel of Malaysia and Indonesia and they form part of that mother corporation. Itong mga sa Pilipinas, pati Malaysia, Indonesia, they are just kumbaga sa storya, chapter lang yan sila. It's being controlled up by the kasabi ko, wala ito. I told them, I told Dominguez, tell them that I am no longer honoring the contract. Meron pa doon, payment of itong tax water treatment plant to be constructed in the Harrison Plaza site. Yun ang pinirmahan natin. So 1997 up to the present, or up to the month that I do my top, nagbabayad, ewan ko kung ngayon nagbabayad, there's a, sa water bills ninyo for enhancement of quality of water. Ang ibig sabihin, water treatment. And they were collecting since 1997. So until now, how much of the Filipinos' money are with them for nothing, not even for a song? Kaya ako, if there is something, hindi naman proud, but if there is something someday that my children will say, what have you done for my country? Sabihin ko, sila. Talagang inupakan ko sila. Sabi ko, ayaw ninyo? You do not want it? Well, okay. I will just confiscate your system and call the military to operate it. I will exercise the eminent domain and expropriate all of your assets here. Kasi gagawin ko. Yun ang nangyari sa... So that sinabi ko sa military in one of our meetings immediately after that incident, I said, if I do not make it to the finish line, look kindly at the Filipino at tanungin ninyo kung ano na ang nangyari sa kanila. Yang tubig na yan. Now there is a new contract. I have not yet, I have to thoroughly digest it inside. I have to absorb it, every word of it, that the Filipino is protected. Pag nandyan na yan, then I will sign. But I will not forget. I'm telling them.
Shout out Eleanor Minura ng Japan. Nakamute pala ako.
Is there already.
Merle Shiga,
Any
shout out.
Filipino would want to go
Belated
after
happy
you.
birthday daw.
Sabi ko, I will not free you. I will not, there's no waiver in your, I will never allow that. Just make a new contract. Just realize every day that I can call you.
Smooth siya magsalita.
Itong frequency. Frequency ng
Big Leal,
ABS-CBN.
shout out.
Yan ang pinaka
Mabili na galas ko.
you know, frequency
Tunya,
is
shout
everywhere.
out sa'yo.
But there is a spot kung sa golf is a soft spot na maganda yung wala akong problema sa ABS-CBN. They got my money. I'm not for that. They wanted to return it when the case blew up. But they printed all the garbage, including my daughter as a drug trafficker. Nilamon ko na lang lahat yun. Because I never wanted to appear vindictive. But itong they are cheating government by the billions in taxes. And they still want that frequency because yan ang pinapag-awayan. No. I will give it to a Filipino na gustong magawa ng tamang unpaid. because it's a ABS-CBN, even their equipments were imported tax-free. Kaya talaga ako hindi magpapayag. They still owe government billions. Hindi contract niya sa nakalagay doon 4 hectares. So ang binabayaran nila 4 hectares sa property tax. Suppose occupying 40 hectares. That complex there. Pero ginamit nila na papel, yung 4 hectares. Yun lang ang binabayaran nila.
40 hectares?
Kung hindi
Alin
pa
dyan sa
naman-
Quezon City siguro, no?
Kaya ko sila naway. Well, our micro, small, and medium enterprises, or MSMEs, constitute 99.6% of our country's businesses and are vital to economic activity, job creation, and poverty reduction. Iparamdam natin ang ating
Kararating mo lang may
maliliit
Eleanor
na
Minora,
negosyante
okay.
sa
From work.
pamamagitan ng pondo sa pagbago at pag-asenso program since 2017. Meron na tayo. We have the program. The program has
ABS-CBN nga,
provided
din sa
over
Quezon City. 40 hectares pala yun.
219,000 underprivileged
Laki pala, no?
microeconomic entrepreneurs with an alternative to the exploitive lending 5-6. Yan ang nakaano sa, you know what? Maybe I have to go to, if need be, I have to go to India. Yung 5-6 nila ng Turko, tinatawag ng Turko, kung maghiram ka sa kanila ng 10,000, pahiramin kanyang, hindi pera 10,000, 7,000 lang. And the others, mga refrigerator or things that you do not even need in the house. Bilhin mo sa kanila, sala set, lahat na. That is part of the money. You do not want the furnitures, the refrigerators, they won't give you the... Kaya ang Pilipino nabuktot, alam mo buktot, naging hunchback na lang sa trabaho.
Kuba,
Ganun pa man. Kaya ako, sabihin ko itong mga Turko, you better come up with a fair scheme. If you want to go into business, money lending, but not at that usury 1,000 times. Likewise, to further support development of our micro and small business, we initiated radical reforms in the tax system to ease the taxation burden and increase the net income of lower wage earners and small businesses. Thanks to Congress. Yan, hindi pa ninyo alam, ha? Sabi ko lang, thanks to Congress and our revenue-generating agencies, our tax reform sustained our economic growth from the third quarter of 2016 to the fourth quarter of 2019, which made the Philippines one of the fastest-growing economies in Asia until the pandemic scores. Yan talaga ang, well, I don't know what's the plan of God. That is something which hit us right in the heart. We see there's no way of telling when this virus would disappear from the planets of the earth. we can only pray to God to look into our direction and decide on what will happen to this planet He created. However, tax laws are not always perfect, and that is why every now and then they have to be revisited to see if they are at pace with the changing times. Let us therefore continue to monitor the relevance and the impact of our tax laws on individuals and private institutions to prevent serious damage on their financial health. Going now to the social and health issues. To unburden of people from the hefty cost of tertiary education, my administration worked with Congress to pass a landmark legislation that had remained unpassed for so many years. The Universal Access or Tertiary Education Act in 2017, which provides free education to college students and state universities. Thank you, Congress. We also passed the Universal Health Care Act in 2019. And to supplement this, I also signed into law the Malasakit Centers Act in 2019. Kasi ganito yan eh. Pag ang pobreng Pilipino na sa ospital, magpunta pa siya doon sa kung saan makahingi ng tulong. So, ang ginawa, just like in Davao, ginawa namin, yung lahat na kailangan, yung internal revenue kung nandyan, business permit, dyan na lang sa isang lugar, medisina, kunin nila. Dyan mismo sa ospital. Hindi na sila maglakad-lakad. And to me, that is one of the most, let me find the right word, a poignant act of Congress and of the Executive Department. Legislation which was sponsored by Senator Bongo. If you feel like standing up, you can, Senator. Masikat ka pa sa guest speaker. Unburden our peoples with the tedious process of going to various agencies and offices in order to avail assistance from government. I am pleased to report that we have already established 130 malasakit centers across the country. That has already helped millions of Filipinos in their hospitalization needs. By establishing malasakit centers all over the country, we have actually leveled the playing field and provide our less fortunate countrymen the medical care they deserve. We will be establishing more. God willing, if we are still around. Sa pagtatag ng malasakit center, hindi po kailangan lumapit at humingi ng tulong sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno. Ang gobyerno na ang lumalapit sa tao. So, let us talk about COVID. It's mentioned everywhere in the speech, but what's this goddamn virus is? I have to admit, back when I decided to answer your call and run for higher office, never did I imagine that my presidency would not only be judged by how I made good in my campaign promises in fighting illegal drugs, criminality, corruption, but how well I led our nation during the global pandemic. Hindi na ako makapronounce ng buti, baka mayroon na ako. May ambulansya ba dyan? Mukhang iba na ang... I cannot pronounce the words. I hope this is not a symptomatic. Prior to the pandemic, we recorded our lowest debt to GDP ratio since 1986. The highest revenue effort since 1997. The highest credit rating in the country's history, yung sa bangko. Because if your rating is high, it's easy to borrow at maliit lang ang interest. That is the dynamics of a rating by Fitch and Poor, mga ganon. So, and the lowest rates of unemployment and underemployment and poverty. Well, it's still there. It is beyond dispute that our economic governance fundamentals were robust when COVID-19 hit us. I am sure that much can be said about the way we took on the daunting challenge of preserving lives while sustaining our momentum towards the developmental, dito na lang ako. Goals, naturally, we prioritize saving lives. Buhay muna bago ang lahat. Ibig sabihin, inuna natin yung gastos, yung pera natin sa pandemic. Kinuha ng lahat ng mga budget. Si Dominguez yan. Yun ang ginamit ninyo sa Bayanihan 1 and 2. Doon natin kinuha yung pera.
Marlene Taisa, sir, sa'yo.
We move quickly to safeguard the well-being of every Filipino through preventive and responsive health and safety measures and broad inclusive social amelioration programs or SAP. Thanks to the support of Congress, we launched the most extensive social protection program in our country's history with the Bayanihan passage of Bayanihan 1 and Bayanihan 2. Indeed, our national health system and the resilience we were tested to the health. Countless lessons we learned and continuously improvements put in place. Kahit anong crisis ay kaya malampasan kung tunay na may malasakit at bayanihan. I agree. At the early stages of the pandemic, our testing capacity was very limited. Recognizing the importance of conducting more tests to ensure early detection and timely isolation of confirmed COVID-19 cases, we ramped up our testing capacity. We now have more than 260 accredited laboratories
Facebook Live
nationwide, which is still capable of conducting at least 50,000 tests daily. All regions now can conduct their own COVID-19 tests. To take care of mild and asymptomatic cases, we established over 9,000 temporary treatment and monitoring facilities across the country, with a total bed capacity of more than 140,000. Together with the local government and the private sector, we quickly established mega quarantine facilities that could accommodate more cases. Modular hospitals and quarantine facilities you have also been established nationwide, especially in Metro Manila. For our severe COVID cases, our tireless health workers will continue to ensure that you are provided with the best care round the clock based on the latest development global best practices. Our health experts continue to actively participate in the search for safe
Shout out
and
ng
effective
Sintang Minggawa ng
COVID-19
Brunei.
medicines.
Ma'am
With the
Ilanda
help
Sergi ng
of
Japan, shout out.
Congress,
Ma'am Senator Sarmiento Kodo, shout
kita
out.
mo sa lahat, I never said, wala kang magiging ito that the BLM caused the construction of a bridge that is nowhere to be found today. Yung ako sa inyo talaga, with the help of Congress, we passed 13 measures that establish the new and improve the capacity of existing hospitals around the country to provide quality care and services. Our people, especially amid the ongoing pandemic 19. This includes establishing new medical facilities in Mandaluyong City, Bacolod, and Davao Occidental, increasing bed capacities to existing health facilities. In Quezon City, Ilocos Sur, La Union, and Palawan, the upgrading of health facilities in that area to include Leyte. Currently, we have received over 30 million doses of COVID-19 vaccines. We expect to at least receive 36 million vaccines this month, and in August, we have inoculated more than 7 million Filipinos which have received the first dose, at least 17 million. Well, I think the landscape, the health landscape of the country continues to improve as we, with the continuous approval of COVID-19 vaccines, we are ready to boost further our daily vaccination rate. And I also encourage our local government units to hasten their rollout and strengthen their inoculation program. San Juan City, for one, have vaccinated 70% of their population in a month's time. Saludo ako sa inyo at kay Mayor Zamora. We cannot continue living in the shadow of this potent enemy, especially now that science and medicine has proven that it is possible to live, if not entirely defeat, this virus. The health and safety protocols we put in place have proven effective in slowing down the spread of virus. But the best solution is still vaccination. Am I to mataas na ba? Kasi kung mataas na, putulin na lang ninyo itong gumagalaw dito para sabihin ko, wala naman akong mabasa. Pag matagal na, those who want to go home, raise your right hands.
I want to go. Ganon. Sabi niya.
Senior, wag taas niya kamay niya. That is why I implore our countrymen who are now in the list of sectors to be inoculated, to get vaccinated now. And to those who received their first doses, please return for your second shot. I also ask for patience for those who are next in line to receive vaccine. More and more COVID-19 vaccines are arriving each week, and you will soon have your turn. Corollary to this, it is high time that clear and precise uniform protocol and guidelines are issued in anticipation to the vaccination of more Filipinos
Leonora
and
Lipato,
the
shout
steady
out.
reopening of our society. You know, pagpasensya ninyo ako, I ask, I beg your kind indulgence. But I have to say, to talk about something which would affect us all. It seems that this government is too far away from the people. Yung serbisyo talaga na totoo. Nung isang araw nakita ko, I don't have to know what place was that. Ang mga tao nakapila. And they say that they were there at 4 o'clock. Lumalakas yung ulan sa payong na sila. So nanonood ako sa report because I listen to the report every morning. Makukuha mo sa mga radio station yan eh. So I was having breakfast. I was listening to their TV. At nakita ko yung mga tao nakapila doon, malakas ang ulan. Sabi ko, doon sa breakfast table, nagmura ako. Pero dito, good boy man ako kay may mga religious dyan. Baga. I just call on the National Task Force Against COVID-19 to see to it that this happens. I mean, the protection. We have spent enormous amounts of resources to build our capacities to overcome this pandemic. We cannot afford more lockdowns, lest our economy bleeds to the point of irreversible damage. Balitang ko yung bakit mo papilahin? At sabi kasi doon, libre lahat na, wala nang So nagpuntahan yung mga tao, nagpila, kasi wala nang lista-lista. Pero sabi nung ito, alas 4 pa sila.
Yari.
Hindi lang ako pwedeng alam mo sa totoo lang, hindi naman ako nagyayabang. I'm just an ordinary Filipino citizen. Just like you, I get hurt when people are nearly almost brutalized. Bakit hindi ka magkuha? It's rain time. Malakas ang monsoon, southwest monsoon, dumadaan talaga sa Pilipinas. Gamitin mo utak mo, you should look for a gym. At bigyan mo lahat ng tao ng number. Hanggang dito lang po doon. Hanggang dito lang tayo, balik kayo itong bukas from 15 to 20, kayo na naman bukas. Bigyan mo lang card. Prepare a card where you can, the marshal will go around the queuing na bakit mo, hindi ko maintindihan, this media, hindi ko maintindihan bakit gawain mo yan sa Pilipino. Yan ang tinatanong ko. Why do you have to do it to the Filipino? You can always, maghanap ka ng, there's always a gymnasium. Mga eskwelahan, walang klase ngayon. Bakit hindi mo gamitin doon? Bakit ka maghanap ng isang tarantado? Kaya lang ako, well, it is to my chagrin, because gusto kong lumabas. Itong PSG lang na ito ang, sabihin ko sa inyo, huwag kayong magpresidente. Wala talagang, sabihin ko, maliit ang sweldo. Wala ka. If you're not there really for the mag-corrupt ka dyan, well, it would make you a billionaire overnight. But kung magtrabaho ka lang ng ganito, ako presidente, gusto kong lumabas doon, sabihin ko, hoy mga, bakit ganito to? Bakit ganon kayo ka? I mean, the Filipino does not deserve it. Even if they are not paying taxes. Because the theory of government is that all money belongs to the people. And the money is there. It belongs to all of us. And it should be used for public good. But what is the use of public good if you are not good and stupid? So, ganun ang mangyayari sa Pilipino. I'm just letting off my... Kasi kung hindi lang talaga bawal, itong PSG, hindi ako pinapalabas. Sabi ko, magpunta ako na, sir, hindi pwede yan, hindi pwede. Kulong talaga ako. Magpresidente ka, sa totoo lang, you are a prisoner. You are brought here, kunyari ka pa, di chopper ka, di gwardya, patos uwi ka doon sa bahay mo. Tapos hindi ka na makalabas. Priso ka talaga. Tawagin mo yung security, yung gusto kong pumunta, sir, pasensya na. Tapos paggalitan mo, sabihin mo, sir, ang authority namin does not come from you. It comes from a law. So, kami ang masunod. Talagang, sige ka, pirma, bunch of papers, you read it hanggang umaga, trabaho ka. Sweldo mo, ganun lang. Just give me 219,000. Tapos ganun ang trabaho. Mag-isa ko. Butit ngayon, kaya nandito yung asawa ko at dito yung anak ko. Nabubuhay yung loob ko mag-uwi ako sa bahay ngayon. Looking forward. Today is my last State of the Nation address. But this is by no means my swan song. I shall never cease to implore Congress to pass vital and critical legislation as well as to push the entire government to ensure nothing less than the full recovery and revitalization of our country. But to do this, it is necessary for us to first overcome the crippling fear, anxiety, and uncertainty that was caused by the threat of the COVID-19 virus. Well, I really do not know what to do. I have to listen to the task force. This is a group of people volunteering to be a collective advisor or that would give you the advice collectively, if we put it that way, na sila ang magsabi. And we're just waiting for the word. I am referring to COVID-D Delta. It is rampaging now in Indonesia, Thailand, India, and many parts of Asia. And ang sabi doon sa the Western medicine says that it is far more aggressive and far more dangerous.
Shout out Francisco
And it can cause death easily than the COVID-19 original. So this is as good as any other time to say it. if says that it is really dangerous, you have to go back to lockdown. If there are many people in other parts of the world killing as many than Delta, if ever it will spread, we have it here now. I hope it will not go any further. But if something wrong happens, I'll have to be strict. And I have now my word that there will be, just like what happened in the early days. Kung ganon ang COVID, saan tayo pupunta? And if it requires a new vaccine, we do not have it yet. I don't know what, maybe we'll just have to pray for salvation. Sabihin natin, Diyos, we have done everything, but this time we are really put hard on these things that happen. Rest assured, we will exert every effort to ensure the lost livelihood of our affected countrymen. I have recently signed an executive order creating a task force that will shepherd the country's national employment recovery strategy. The task force recently partnered with the Employers Federation of the Philippines to implement the reforms Rebound and Recover program that aims to vaccinate qualified workers to fill in more than 1 million jobs. These jobs will be created by business association in the fields of construction, information, technology, POP, and electronic to our business association. Thank you for joining in our effort to bring back lost income opportunities for our workforce. Another important component of our employment recovery strategy is the retooling of our workers to prepare them to better job opportunities. Since the start of the community quarantine, over 1.5 million availed of the TESDA's free online training program. I am directing the National Employment Recovery Strategy Task Force, particularly TESDA, to ensure the upskilling of our workers and increase their employability. I expect the task force to work double time, not only to recoup job losses, but more importantly, to rehabilitate the economy and help our hardest hit sectors. Through COVID-19 assistance, to start enterprises or CARES program, we released 988 million pesos worth of loans to over 14,000 enterprises. Bayanihan 1 and Bayanihan 2 released 2.9 billion pesos worth of loans to over 12,000 enterprises, including our displaced OFW enterprises in the tourism sector, to help them start or sustain their business amid the pandemic. Along this line, I would like to renew my call to Congress to immediately pass the amendments of priority legislative measures such as the Foreign Investments Act, the Public Service Act, and the Retail and Trade Liberalization Act. Your applause went well ahead of its realization. You have to work on this, guys, and well, I'm sure that we can have a respite of this contagion in your own little way. Finally, I would like to reiterate my call for Congress again to pass legislation to establish a single agency that shall focus on and respond quickly to the needs and concerns of our OFWs. I pray that our next leaders and our future generations will not squander our natural resources and fight for integrity of our environment in a manner fiercer and more effective than my administration had ever done. The pandemic has taken so much from us as a nation, but like other adversities that tested us time and again, it can never take our courage and resilience and the spirit of bayanihan one, rather bayanihan, and the value of the malasakit are now indelible in us Filipinos. We shall use these gifts to forge ahead towards a better normal. As we come to a point where the risk of COVID-19 transmission can, to a certain extent, be managed, and I'm hopeful that we shall be united in forging ahead towards bringing the country back to its robust growth path. Let me end by adding this particular statements. We are on learning, education, and learning. Despite our inability to conduct face-to-face classes during this pandemic, we remain determined to deliver quality and accessible education to all. Creation of the basic educational learning plan. Community plan enabled uninterrupted learning to students in the basic sector while ensuring the teachers' health and safety and well-being. While the pandemic has demonstrated readiness, resourcefulness, and capability of government to serve the Filipino people through the use of ICT and digital services, it has also shown its inherent deficiencies and weaknesses, as such that they ask Congress to pass an e-governance act that will set up transition of government processes to digital age. I'd like to add something on the protection of our overseas Filipinos. I also ask Congress to pass a law creating the Department of Migrant Workers and Overseas Filipinos. Kailangan po ito because they are suffering they suffered not only yesterday but they are still suffering now with so many inadequacies in both our government response and including the monetary assistance. To ensure that there is a department that is solely focused on addressing the needs and taking care of the welfare of our countrymen abroad. Before I let me also touch on the environmental protection. It has also been 13 years since the Supreme Court Tremendamos ordered the rehabilitation of Manila Bay. Unfortunately, no immediate substantial action to comply with the Supreme Court's order was undertaken until 2019, when this administration started its long overdue rehabilitation. As of May 2019, all illegally
Shout out Helen Batuigas, Eleanor
all
Minora.
illegally operating open dam sites surrounding Manila Bay has been shut down, while 151 out of 187 LGUs surrounding the bay have now access to
Buera de
sanitary
Halo, shout
landfill.
out.
Establishments have been forced to comply with environmental laws, and ordinances, while those who did not have been closed. As a result, pollutants have been slightly reduced, coliform levels also reduced to its barest maximum, are now in its longest levels in years, if not decades. I urge DDNR to sustain the efforts to continue working with our LGUs to restore Manila Bay to its former glory. You know,
Angel Gaso Vlog shout out. Mami Di
just one
Gonzalez shout
little thing
out.
before we end.
Ng
Yung
Israel.
sa Manila
Live
Bay,
po tayo sa Facebook tsaka sa YouTube.
where there is the corner where all of the garbage by current, by action of the current. Nandito marami sa likod ng
Angel Gaso Vlog. Araw-araw po tayo nag-live.
Ginawa natin yan.
Lunes, Martes,
At
Miyerkules, 3
nilagay
p.m.
natin itong yung puting baston na which is well, scattered into small pieces. Eh, nawawala minsan yan.
Kamusta dyan
because
sa
of the
Taiwan?
waves.
Jen, ala, shout out,
So,
Facebook,
every now and
sa
then,
Facebook.
we still have to replenish because we cannot change the nature of our shores. That is how it is. It is not a permanent fixture there, doliform. It is there from the mountains, and we break it down and bring it to the sea. But that would occupy that place, irrespective of there is a high tide or low tide. Nakakatulong yan.
Orchid
At
mo,
nawawala yan.
dalawang
And the only
cups
way
na
to
ako
do it
ng
is
salabat.
to replenish
Ganun
it
ba?
until we can think of a good
Where the halo,
alternative
ha? God bless po,
of
Mr.
how
President,
we
sabi
can
niya. Watching from Saudi Riyadh.
process the whole thing back to its normalcy. If there was really normalcy at the time or at any other time in the past. On the resilience, again, dinagdag ko na lang ito. So time is good and at any other time again to ask you in line with this,
Norberto
we
de la
hope to
Merced lang
pursue
iya.
the creation of
Pumapalakpak, hindi
public
naman
entities
maintindihan.
dedicated
Sinasabi
to
ka
managing
I
and
have
re-emerging
in Toronto,
diseases.
Canada.
I thus fervently
Okay, mong
ask
shoutout sa iyo ng
Congress
Australia.
to enact a law creating the Center for Disease Prevention and Control and the Virology and Vaccine Institute of the Philippines. We must have them. Baski gaano natin kahirap, however poor we are, I think that the Filipinos, given the proper support and the things, the equipment that they
Hello,
have
Mabidi
to use,
Gonzales ng Israel.
we
Shout out.
can,
Sintak
I am
Mingoa.
sure that the Filipino brain can
Mamilanda
also
Shuji.
process or make vaccines in the future. Tapos na po yan, ma'am. I ask Congress to pass the Disaster Resilience Act that will create the Department of Disaster Resilience. Let us also, pagkatapos ito ma'am, ikaw yung unang tao na mag-congratulate sa akin, ha? Kaya ako nagka-utal-utal dito eh. Dahil sa iyo. Let us also pass the law implementing the Fire Protection Modernization
They are
Program
going to go
to
home.
bolster the readiness of our firefighters and ensure their ability to
Senator
respond
Bato yung kalbo.
to fires and disasters. Related to this, importante ang trabaho ng bombero, maniwala kayo. They must also be there during a disaster happening. Let us also push for the mandatory establishment of education centers in every city, province, and municipality throughout the country, which shall provide the basic needs and assistance to all evacuees during times of emergency. Now, there is now the conclusion. Sabi, ay, salamat. Potsang Duterte ito. The lights go out for this administration 11 months from now. The work that we started and expected to finish within constitutional time frame of 6 years has been told. Much was so far, but we need not despair. Desperation
Sana'y bukas ang
is a
border
feeling
soon, hindi pa.
alien
Mahigpit pa, ma'am.
to the resilient Filipino. A peaceful and prosperous Philippines is no longer a distant dream, but one that is within our grasp. If our future Filipinos would also do it. If they would continue and would seize the opportunity to work together. Malaki ang papasalamat ng mga kababayan natin, lalo na silang sinasabi na mas panatag ang loob nila ngayon. Hindi na nababahala ang mga magulang na lumalabas ang mga anak nila naglalakad sa gabi. I will not elaborate on anything. You can draw your conclusion. Alam mo, when the Filipino, a father, a mother, or a child naglalakad sa gabi at siya ay gagaya ng iba, even in America, you go into the inner cities of LA and New York, sa Washington, D.C. There's a corner there, they say, do not go there because you'll not come out alive. Ganon, kung hindi maglakad na sila, puro takot na lang ang nasa loob nila, ma-hold up sa jeep, tapos pati yung taga-ombudsman na buntis, patay pa, pati yung bata sa loob ng tiyan. But just to get the money to buy shabu. Because when the monkey is riding on your back, yung katawan mo hindi mo na maano. That is why you need to higop, sip. Kailangan mo maghigop at kailangan mong pumatay pag wala kang pera. Hindi naman talagang papatay. Maybe not. The mind is not ready for that. But in the struggle, you put up a struggle, if you have the owner of the money, talagang papatayin ka kung hindi mo ibigay. Yan ang ayaw ko. Kaya nung na-mayor ako sa Davao, ganito, mga umalis kayo sa daan. Yung daan, yung public transportation is for public good. Huwag mo silang takutin na magkanto pag-uwi. Nandyan, nagiinom man sa... Yan ang hilig ng Pilipino. Mag-inuman. Hindi mo malaman ang mga nag-uwi na babae, they have to take another route that would be longer because nandyan mga standby. So the streets are unsafe. Hold up, pinapatay. Sabi ko doon sa Davao na lang, wag na lang ako dito sa Maynila. Hindi naman talaga ako nakikialam dito. Pero alam nila, alam ng pulis kung ano ang gusto ko. Magprangkahan tayo. Sabi ko sa pulis, isauli mo yan. The roads, the highways are for law-abiding citizens of this country. Yung mga kriminal, yung mga well, the dregs of society, wag ninyong gamitin yung mga daan, hindi para sa inyo yan. And I will see to it that you are not there. Be sure that when I pass by, I do not see you. Because if I see you, I will dance with you. Isauli ko. Kaya ngayon, medyo hindi naman talaga, but yung mga sales girl, mga shopping center, panatag na ang loob nila. At least chances of being mugged, murdered, and raped. Yan ang ayaw ko. Pag malayo, nakahigop na, kunin yung pera, hilain doon sa medyo maliit na mga grassy portion and rape. At papatayin. Yan ang hindi ko matanggap. Just like in Pilipinas, I may be just a little bit crazier than the others. But that is what I am. Ayaw ko yung, lalo na magsyabo ka. Tapos magpasyal ka kung ano, wala kang makuhang pera. Aakyat ka ng bahay. Just like that bank teller. It was raining so hard, just like the rains that we had experienced. It was pouring almost cuts and nails. Ang lakas talaga ng bagsak ng ulan. She went home to knock the door and pump the door loud. But ang parents nilang matanda niyang parents, hindi nakarinig. So anong ginawa nitong mga sa construction workers? Yeah, because diyan nga ako galit sa dugay. Nabibili nila mura. So it's 200, 300. Susuyupin nila. At pag nakasuyop ng droga yan, maghanap ng alkohol yan. Sigurado yan. Pag tama ng alkohol, pati yung ng droga, it shrinks the brain. Yung babae, she was just picked up and brought to the construction site near the house. Tapos ni-rape doon, pinatay, sinunog pa. Oh, yan ang hindi ko talaga maintindihan. I cannot recall yung bata na 3-year-old rapin mo. Ang problema nito, ang nakikita nila, ang patay ng mga kriminal. Well, how about the victims on the other side? Bakit hindi ninyo tignan and see what these criminals have done to our children, to our wives and daughters? May listahan kayo. Ang listahan ninyo doon sa namatay, hindi ba kayo maligaya niya, wala ng kriminal? Pero pag tinry mo dito, ilan ang patay na inosente, pati polesko at sundalo.
Shout out Armando Presto
Baka akala
sa...
ninyo kriminal lang. So that is my lamentations and I just want you to hear. In my 5 years in office,
Batuigas,
we
shout
made
out.
change in governance to the reforms we pursued. However, for this governance, must be sustained and broadened. We need to make, I'm just getting my ear. Naghihingal ako. Baka dito ako mamatay pagka-presidente. Iba na ang pitik ng ano ko ngayon. Ng kasing-kasing ko. Kasing-kasing is puso. To make every public servant responsive to the needs of the people and enjoin every Filipino to assert the right to demand malasakit from their leaders until everyone lives with dignity, well-fed, educated, healthy, secure, disciplined, and empowered to contribute to the national development. I will not be forever be president. But ang kulang sa Pilipino is assertiveness. Pag magbayron kayong transaction at hingian kayo, ang sabi ko sa inyo, ito ang payo ko. Murahin
Ming
mo,
Toledo set out.
sabihin mo, nagtatrabaho kayo at kami dito. We are following papers and you are sitting on your ass.
2 hours and 54 minutes.
Kaya dito sabi ko,
Speech na ng ating
pagkinig
Pangulo.
kay lahat ng Pilipino, total last sunod ito. Pag may mag-follow up kayo, permit, clearance, at maghingi ng pera, murahin ninyo. Sabihin ninyo, yan, sabi ni Duterte, sampaling ko kayo kasi ako nagbabayad ng buwis. Bakit ginaganito ninyo? Anto di mga Pilipino, hindi naman lahat. Tayong magtatrabaho sa gobyerno. You know, I mean, it takes you 1 month to process a paper. It takes you, patos pabalik-balik yung tao. Pag ang tao bumabalik, 2, 1, 3, then there is corruption there. Murahin mo at kung maari, pahiramin kita ng pangkulam para kulamin mo. Ganun talaga. I'm just warning everybody. There's still 1 year to go. In about 3 days, lagyan mo ng papel, bumalik ka dito at this hour on Thursday. At pag gano'n, pakita mo yung papel, hanapin yung papel ibigay. Yan ang gamitin ninyo. For all the local governments also. In my cabinet, it's 30 days. Walang extension. All. Sabi ko, reduce the signing
Minuro ng Japan,
authority
shout out.
from 6, 7 to only 1 or 2. Hindi naman kailangan hindi kailangan magpirma lahat ng empleyado dyan. 1 or 2, yung iba mag-process lang. But if you cannot process it also in so many days, in Davao, if it is a clearance which is long overdue, hindi mo na pwedeng ibigay doon sa tao. Ibigay mo sa akin at tanungin kita mo, bakit inabot ka ng ganito? There's no other conclusion. Corruption. Kagaya, what is true in Davao is true for the entire Philippines. About it na rin yan, nakapagsalita ako ng freely with you. Total, last ko naman itong Sona. Mabuti yung malaman ng tao na ganon ang ginagawa nila. It's not there. Hindi man nila nalagay yung mga ganon na wala mang mura dyan. Be careful. We need to fight and subdue narrow vested interests and ensure that our gains will benefit to the greater number of Filipinos, especially those who have the least in life. We have laid down the groundwork and are continuing to push for landmark reforms and key accomplishments to the last day of my term. I have full confidence
Shout out,
that
Gandhi
the
Cloyd, Catalonia.
Filipino spirit, pati ako nagmamadali na. Naiihi na kanina pa eh.
Oo, naiihi na yan, Mr. President.
Human biology, so what's the big deal? Bakit kayo magpakpak kung napaihi na ako? Sa bagay, alam ko rin, nahiya kayo magtindig. puno ang pila nito pagdating sa CR maya. I have full confidence that the Filipino spirit will persevere and triumph together. And together, let us rise as a nation. Thank you.
Oh, tapos din ah. Dami na ihi. Ay. Saan yung clap natin? Ayan, natapos din. Wow. 2 hours and 59 minutes. Pila-pila ro sa CR niya ng Kongreso.
Ay huli niyang ulat sa bayan at sa Kongreso.
Okay na? Ayan ho, mga kaibigan, ang ating special coverage sa araw na ito sa huling Sona ng ating mahal na Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. At maraming salamat po sa mga nanood ngayon ng ating live sa Facebook Live at ang ating special coverage ng Sona ni Pangulong Duterte ngayon ay araw ng Lunes, July 26. Salamat po sa mga nanood sa ating Facebook Live at sa panonood sa ating radio program DWBL at sa mga nanood at nakinig sa ating channel live sa YouTube channel natin ng Latigo News TV. Yan. Maraming salamat po sa inyong panonood at almost 2 hours and 59 minutes ang speech po ng ating mahal na Pangulong Duterte. Yan, Mama Binilag Galos Koiki, thank you very much. Yan, Raquel Sarito. Yan. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. Nahihina po yung mga congressman, mga congresswoman, at pati na rin po ang inyong lingkod. Mabuhay po kayo mga nakinig at sabay nanonood sa Sona ng ating mahal na Pangulo, Pangulong Duterte sa ating live sa Facebook Live at sa live sa ating YouTube channel. Maraming salamat po. Hindi na po tayo, magpapaalam na po tayo, pansamantala po tayo magpapaalam. Mag-ingat po tayo mula sa ating mga kababayan sa buong Pilipinas at sa ating mga bayaning OFW. Mabuhay po kayo, ingat po kayo. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pakikinig at panunod. Ito pa rin kaibigan na inyong kakampi, Mar Batuigas. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Bye!